All right. I'm going to call us to order for the November 29th Sub-Task Force meeting. First, I'd like for us to do introductions. We'll start with the Sub-Task Force members around the table, and then we'll move around the room. So I'm Celine Hawkins. I'm here on behalf of the Nature Conservancy.
Good morning, Lisa Yellow Eagle, representative for Southern Ute Indian Tribe.
Letitia Yazzie, Water Resource Director for the Ute Ute Tribe.
Steve Wolf with Southwestern Water Conservation District.
And Becky Mitchell, State of Colorado.
Thank you. And can we also go around the room?
Hi everyone, I'm Mo Rock, Programs Coordinator for Southwestern Water Conservation District.
Want to go back there, Anthony?
Let's go back there.
I'm Peter Ortego, the General Counsel of the Mountain Ute Tribe. I'm Clark Adamitis. I'm a reporter at KSUT in Ignacio and KSJD in Cortez.
My name is Jimbo Buick-Rude. Couple connections to water here. I'm president of Hermosa Company Ditch. Takes water out of Hermosa Creek, but also carries water for other ditches. And I'm very involved in watershed collaboratives across the N1 National Forest and that large landscape restoration program coordinating council.
I'm Pete Nylander. I'm a Water Resources Division Head for the Southern Ute Tribe.
And do you want to introduce?
Oh, sorry. I'm Siobhan Lott with the Langdon Group, helping to facilitate the course.
Excellent. And I believe we will have additional staff from the state and others on Zoom today. And of course, we are live streaming this meeting.
You want to do intros of who's online? There's several.
Oh, there are some
Public and state folks.
Yeah. Could you maybe read the names of the online folks so we don't have them on mute?
What was on doing that?
I can name them if you want.
Yeah.
Sorry if I mispronounce any names. Online we have Anna Moss with CWCB, Clark Adamatis, Holly Kirkpatrick with with UYWCD, Josh Kuhn. Sorry, they're moving around because we're adding people. Ken Curtis with UWCD, Lauren Riz with CWCD, Stacy Coleman with Colorado DNR, Terrence Apache, Joanne Andrew Green Turner, Ed Millard, Clark Adamus. That's whom I see online right now.
Well, welcome everyone and those of you who are watching the live stream. So we will move on to review and approval of the agenda. I believe we've all received the final agenda for the meeting. Are there any changes that need to be made?
Changes.
All those in favor, nod your head.
You bet.
And let's move on to the review and approval of the meeting minutes for October 30th. I'll receive those. Any changes? No. Excellent. Well, we are a few minutes ahead of schedule. The next item on the agenda is our public comment period. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make a public comment to the sub-task force today? And could we ask if there's anybody on Zoom who would like to make a public comment to the task force today?
If you want to raise your hand if you have public comment.
Your virtual hand.
That's true.
I'm not seeing any. Are you seeing any?
Not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. Well, we are running a bit ahead of schedule. I would suggest that the task force consider reopening for public comment, either at the break or the end. How does that sound?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so if any of you are listening, we will make sure that we reopen for public comment later in the meeting. So we are now very ahead of schedule, and I wanted to see if Lauren Riss and any CWCB staff that are scheduled for 12:30, whether they're available to start now.
Yes, hi, thank you, Celine, Director Hawkins. I'm Lauren Riss. I'm the Director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and I have with me today Anna Moss, who is the new deputy of the CWCB, you had invited me and also Nate Pearson with the Department of Natural Resources, and Nate unfortunately had a death in the family and couldn't be here today. So I've invited Anna to help me talk through this topic that you've asked us to discuss with you. Anna's well versed in the various federal funding and state funding opportunities. So she's going to cover some of the slides that Nate was going to talk through. I'm going to go ahead and try and share my screen. We do have some slides that we were hoping to talk through with you today. Can you all hear and see me okay?
Yep.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Ooh, recording in progress. Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Lauren,
Okay.
we're not seeing the presentation view of your slide deck.
Okay, that's because I don't think I've started it in presentation view.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, does that look better?
It does, thanks.
Great, okay. Well, before we begin, I just really want to thank you all for inviting us to come speak with you today. We're really supportive of the work that the task force is doing. And I just want to state broadly our commitment. I think both the CWCB's and I think I can speak for the Department of Natural Resources, our commitment to really addressing water supply challenges collaboratively with both of the tribes, and know that there are a variety of funding challenges out there today, and we just really hope that we can work together as partners and hopefully be a resource for you all as you're tackling this topic today and into the future. Today, Anna and I are going to be talking about, a lot of the details about some of these programs and some of the supports that exist out there for tribes and stakeholders more broadly. But, really just want to emphasize that we have a strong personal commitment to both this work and to being good partners with you all. So in that vein, if you do have any thoughts or questions, after we go through this presentation and you'd like to hear more or want some additional clarification, please feel free to reach out to us. Me or Anna or Nate will also be available after this week. And, we're just really eager to kind of work through these challenges with you all. So before I get into the details, I really want to emphasize again that we're not expecting anyone to retain all this information. There's a lot of details on the slides, and we're happy to send those around to you all to have as a resource. But I'm really hoping that we can just leave today with a better top line understanding of some of the opportunities that are out there. And that as you and your organizations work towards matching your programs with funding sources, that we can really just help be a reference. So this is really kind of meant to be a jumping off point to learn more. So today we're hoping to talk through really an overview of water infrastructure funding, both at the state and the federal level. And, we recognize that there is a lot of information out there. There's a lot of, kind of overlapping and confusing program names and acronyms. And frankly, it's hard for me to keep it all straight without a cheat sheet. So this slide really just outlines kind of the very broad categories of funding that exist. So the first boxes there on the left encompass the state and federal programs that have existed for years with various levels of funding that come from appropriations, both from Congress and our legislature. This includes programs like the Water Plan Grant Program and the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart Program. And then we have the two more recent buckets of funding that are federal and have really provided a meaningful amount of resources at the federal level. They're referred to sometimes as the BIL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. And these really just have expanded previously funded programs in the kind of the blue box here in the federal programs that have existed for a while. So we're going to kind of talk through the various funding opportunities in each of these boxes. But this is kind of to give you just a kind of an overarching understanding of kind of what we're going to work through here. So first, I thought I would discuss some of the programs that are available at the state level. And I wanted to mention too, and thank you all for providing some questions in advance of this conversation. We're hoping to kind of answer those questions as we go, and I'll do my best, and Anna will do her best to kind of flag when we're answering which of those questions that were provided to us. But if we miss anything, or if you have any questions, either during our conversation or after the fact, please feel free to jump in and interrupt us. But we're going to kind of try and intersperse our answers to those questions throughout the slides here. So this is really an answer to the first question we were asked about what our program priorities are. So the Colorado Water Conservation Board's mission is to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and future generations. That's very broad. But our agency does work on a broad range of programs, and we provide technical and financial assistance primarily through the lens of supporting the goals and objectives in the Colorado Water Plan. All of the activities and projects that are funded by the CWCB, we really try and apply that matrix of the water plan and make sure that we're making progress on the actions that we've identified, both from our partners and our internal actions as a state. I wanted to emphasize here that the CWCB does focus more on the water supply side of water projects rather than on drinking water. CDPHE has programs that focus on drinking and water treatment. We primarily focus on water supply, infrastructure, watershed restoration, conservation, water efficiency, drought. We don't deal with drinking water or treatment programs. That's in the Water Quality Control Division in CDPHE. Our two primary grant programs are the Water Plan grants and then the Water Supply Reserve Fund. The Water Plan grant program has existed for several years now and supports water storage and supply projects, conservation and land use planning, engagement and innovation, agricultural projects, and then watershed, health, and recreation projects. We run 2 grant cycles a year, and the funding from that primarily comes from sports betting revenue. So it has fluctuated over the years, but right now we're sitting at right about $23-25 million for our upcoming grant rounds. So it's well funded, and it has turned into a pretty stable source of funding for us. The Water Supply Reserve Fund is a program that funds primarily studies, planning efforts, and infrastructure projects at the local basin level. This is the pot of money that's set aside for our basin roundtables to make recommendations that are then elevated to our CWCB board for approval and administration of the grants. So the funding opportunities and timelines for grant applications vary based on the roundtable schedules for when they hear applications that then they vote to recommend to the CWCB board. So check online for more information about that, or you can reach out to us and we can connect you with the schedule for basin roundtables for that funding. There are also state funding programs that include Wildfire Ready Watershed grants that support projects to mitigate post-wildfire impacts in advance of a fire. We have what we call PEPO funding. These are public education, participation, and outreach grants, and they fund what you would expect, a lot of education outreach campaigns. And we also have federal technical assistance grants to assist with federal grant applications. And so this is where we really try and help support the capacity needs on the ground with helping entities figure out how to navigate and apply for federal grant opportunities. We also have non-reimbursable project investment grants, and these go through the legislature through approval and what we call our water projects bill. These tend to support large regional projects that don't really have a good home in any of our other existing grant programs, or just have a a funding need that outstrips the capacity of some of our other grant programs. So this is unique in that it does have to go through the General Assembly for approval. We also have a robust loan program with very low interest rates that support infrastructure projects, and those can be used as a source of matching funds for our grant programs. We were asked a question in advance about tribal eligibility for our various funding programs. Tribal nations and tribally owned businesses are eligible for all of our CWCB grant programs. So that's a pretty easy answer to that question. We were also asked whether tribes have applied for funding. They have, not regularly, however. The Ute Mountain Ute Farm and Ranch Enterprise received a local capacity grant to assist with capacity building to help it pursue federal grants for a variety of projects. That was a recent application. I believe there have been other instances as well, but we'd love to see broader participation and would love to help the tribal nations access that funding. There was a question about matching requirements and how those were determined and whether they were in statute or policy. It really varies by grant program. The matching fund requirements are set by statute in state law for the Water Plan Grant Program. But all of our other grant programs, the matching requirements are set by the CWCB board. And then for the WSRF funding, that's the pot of funding that Basin Roundtables provide recommendations to our board. Our board consults with the subcommittee that includes Basin Roundtables to develop the criteria there. So for the programs that don't require a statutory change, so for all of the programs with the exception of Water Plan grants, our board could consider adjusting match requirements for tribes if that was requested. We were also asked a question about our program staff's familiarity with the history and needs of tribal nations. While there hasn't really been a formal training that we've had as staff, with the help and lead of our new tribal liaison, who I believe you're going to hear from later today, Stacy Coleman. The Department of Natural Resources is working to develop a comprehensive tribal relations program that will include staff training on this. We'll really work with DNR and tribal leadership to create regular leadership meetings to ensure that all of DNR staff really understand the priorities, and we can do better to collaborate and address those priorities with the tribes. I don't want to get too far into kind of what Stacy's role is, because I know she's going to be addressing that later today, but she has been on board for about 4 months and just has already been invaluable to our efforts in this realm, and we just really look forward to coordinating with her further. I know in the fall she has coordinated a joint leadership meeting, and we're anticipating to do something further in this in the spring and early summer. So I might pause and before we get into federal programs, maybe just see if there are any questions on the state programs. And if not, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Anna and she can go through some of the federal programs. And you're going to have to speak up because I can see you, but I can't really see if hands are being raised.
I can help, Lauren.
Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Good morning. I was just curious if you are able to tell us how much funding is currently allocated to the Water Supply Reserve Fund annually?
Yeah, so the process for how we receive this funding has changed over the last couple of years. And now our process is that our board approves $3 million to the WSRF every year. And that comes out of severance tax dollars that the state is allocated. So that is distributed amongst all the roundtables.
Are there other questions for Lauren from the task force? Lauren, thanks. That was really helpful. I had a question for you. I know that we had sent a question about the projects bill route for getting a project funded. Could you explain a little bit more how that works and whether that's something that the tribal nations could consider? That It's a complex process, so.
Yes, no, thank you for that, Celine. So every year we accept applications for funding. I believe, Anna, is the deadline for that in August?
Yep. It's
Yeah,
August
so-
1, and it goes through the portal now too, so that's a new addition to that.
Right, so that we do have a grant application portal that's available through our website, and we can help connect anyone who's interested with that. But we receive applications from really anyone who's interested in putting in a request. And then our board meets in September. We call it a finance committee meeting, but it's really our entire board that meets. And we, as staff, provide summaries of the applications we receive and have discussion about if there's any additional information that might be requested. And then our board officially votes on whether to include those applications as part of the project's bill, typically in November. But really the drop dead deadline for that would be January. And then our staff works with the legislative staff to draft that into legislation that's typically introduced kind of midway through the legislative session around March. Sometimes it gets a little bit later. And then that goes forward as a bill that the General Assembly then has to vote on the appropriations and funding for all of the projects that would be included in that. And then the funding is, if everything's approved, then the funding becomes available at the start of the state fiscal year, which is July 1. Does that help?
You tell me again what when the applications are due. Was it August, you said?
August, yes, August 1.
Thanks, just want to make sure I'm getting it right.
Yeah.
And then Lauren, I had one more question. I know that there's a lot of different criteria for the different grant programs, but do you see any of the criteria for sort of what's prioritized at the state level? You know, do you see any conflict between tribal interests in the way that the criteria are set, or is it just that we haven't had a lot of applications into the programs yet?
I don't think there's any conflicts. I know that there's potentially interest in changing match requirements, and I kind of ran through that. The only grant program that has a match requirement that's set in statute and state law is the Water Plan Grant Program. In the past, I believe for WSRF, we've, as part of the criteria, kind of highlighted that there might be an opportunity for a match waiver. That's not specifically called out in the criteria right now, but our board could consider that for any grant program. And I think it would be up to the discretion of our board as to whether to waive a match requirement. But I don't think there are any other, explicit conflicts that would prohibit a tribal nation or tribally owned business from applying.
Any other questions, or should we move on to federal? Perfect. Thanks so much, Lauren. I think you can move on to federal.
Awesome. Okay, go ahead, Anna.
And do you mind running the slides, Lauren?
I will.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, thank you all for your time today. So as Lauren mentioned, my name is Anna Moss, and I'm the Deputy Director at the CWCB, and I'm going to do my very best to channel Nate Pearson and cover his area of expertise. So apologies that some of this might be fairly high level, but I think Nate's intent when he put together this presentation really was to make you all aware that at a high level of opportunities out there, and then hopefully, just drive questions to him and to our team if there are specific projects and things that we really need to kind of drill deeper into. So let's go to the next slide if you can, Lauren. Perfect. So there was, a bunch of existing federal programs out there. I think there's been a lot of talk recently about the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, but the reality is a lot of federal funding existed prior to those bills, and it will exist after this. So I think there's a bit of urgency about this moment in time to take advantage of those funds. And we're certainly trying to facilitate that with our technical assistance and our local capacity grants. But I also just want to make sure to mention that that there are these areas of federal funding that are available, and they will continue to be. I think right now with these new bills that have passed, there's been an infusion into some of these programs that is probably a moment in time, but just kind of wanted to reiterate that there's long-term opportunities as well. Next slide. So I won't spend a whole lot of time here, kind of just a broad picture of what was in the bill. Nate did a deep dive looking at all these funding opportunities, and by his calculations, looks like there's about $60 billion for water-related project. That's billion with a B, which is kind of a mind-boggling number to me. But included some new program areas specific to watershed health and aquatic ecosystems. So DNR is obviously in our wheelhouse. That's an exciting space for us to see funding put towards. And we'll go to the next slide. So this talks about the funding distribution. So when folks are thinking about, how do I access all these federal dollars, it's important to know that there's certain ones that are competitive, that are accessible to lots of different entities, and then there's other distribution methods that are a little bit more limiting. So the three primary administration opportunities are these direct federal administration. This is where the federal agencies get funds for their own assets within their own agencies. So for instance, the Bureau of Reclamation has funding to address its own aging infrastructure. So these dollars, while they might get spent in Colorado, there isn't really a competitive opportunity for us to go out and actively pursue those. So a lot of the money went there. Then there's formula grants. Lauren mentioned earlier CDPHE. So that's part of these formula grants. So in these cases, every state gets by distribution a certain percentage of those funds available. And then the competitive grants is really where we'd like to focus. This is where tribes, states, local entities all can competitively apply for grants. So we'll go to the next slide. So within the bill, there were a bunch of program areas and divided into kind of three primary buckets. And I won't spend a lot of time really on these slides and all the details, but wanted you to be aware that the primary categories of funding are related to water supply, drought efficiency and reuse, and watershed and aquatic ecosystems. Go to the next slide. So I've got a couple slides here that, as I'm looking at the screen, at least on my side, might be a smidge hard to read. There's a lot of text up there, but it outlines for you on the far left what was the way these funds were administered. So is this a direct federal spending or a competitive grant? And then really the program name and a little bit of description, and then who's eligible. And so I think that there's a lot of broad categories. If we can go to the next slide, I think we've got a little bit more information on some of the more competitive grants. This one's related to the drought efficiency and reuse category. So there's maybe fewer categories here, but there are these competitive grant opportunities. The Water Smart Grant Program, I think, is one that in Colorado is the one that's most frequently used. And this did receive a direct infusion of $400 million from the bill. So we're excited about that one. We'll go to the next slide. So actually this one and the next slide both cover all of the opportunities related to the watershed and aquatic ecosystem space. This is one that, as the state, we're very excited about because we've really been a leader in demonstrating the connections between healthy forests, healthy watershed, that secure water supply. So at the DNR level, we're really happy to see so much funding going into this space. So there's a lot of competitive grants here. And then kind of related to those competitive grants, Lauren mentioned our ARPA funded programs, our technical assistance grants. I think going after those competitive grants that were highlighted, that's where we can really use the state funds to help you all secure as many federal grants as possible. So we're excited about that. On this slide, this just shows a broad overview of what was contained in the Inflation Reduction Act. So a lot of funding out there. Go to the next one. So a large part of the IRA funding went to drought mitigation in the Colorado River Basin and other basins that are experiencing drought conditions as well. So this just outlines at a high level the three categories that the Bureau of Reclamation is using to administer the funds. We don't have a whole lot of details on these, but category 1 is for compensation for temporary voluntary reduction in water use. Category 2 is for voluntary system conservation projects that achieve reductions in water use or provide environmental benefits. And this can be in the lower basin or the upper basin. And then category 3 is related to ecosystem and habitat restoration projects to address issues directly caused by drought. So I think we're still kind of waiting for more information on the distribution of these funds, but those are the big categories that we're looking at. We'll go to the next slide. I think there's been a lot of press really around these IRA drought mitigation dollars. So just at a high level, there was 500 million reserved for the upper basin states. And so you probably are aware that 125 million was set aside last year for a system conservation pilot program. That's now entering its second year. The remaining 375 million still remains to be allocated. So I think stay tuned on that front. I think that's something that Nate's tracking very, very closely. Then as we go through the next slides, we'll just talk through a few things that I think are particularly important to this group, really the tribal considerations and how we can help you pursue those federal opportunities. So we can go to the next one. Thanks so much. So in the past year, actually almost 1 year ago exactly, I was meeting with my team this morning and they're almost all at their 1-year anniversary. We've hired regionally based staff all around Colorado. And so in the Southwest Basin, we were lucky to hire Laura Span to help folks navigate funding opportunities. Her primary focus is on the water plan grants that Lauren mentioned, but she also has a great level of experience in helping folks navigate state funding opportunities, federal funding opportunities. So I would encourage anyone in this meeting to certainly get to know Laura, and she'll be a great ally and help you navigate grant opportunities as best she can. Go to the next slide. Mentioned this a little bit before also. So the state is really interested in making ourselves as competitive as possible into bringing federal funding into the state of Colorado. And so to help folks pursue those federal funds, we have our federal technical assistance grants. There's $5 million in total that was set aside for this purpose. It's broken up into 2 different categories. $2.5 million, what we're calling our local capacity grant program, by which entities apply for funding. They hire a contractor or a consultant to apply for a federal grant. The flip side of that is what we're calling our CWCB technical assistance. That's the other $2.5 million. In that case, we've retained a contractor that if folks don't have the means to hire a contractor, they don't really have a consultant they've worked with in the past, they're not even really sure where to start, they can enter into a contract with our contractor and that entity can help them apply for federal funding. So we're hoping to make it as easy as possible from different avenues to access those federal dollars. If you can go to the next slide. So this one is a flow chart that just tries to outline those steps that are required in those federal pursuits. There's a lot of steps often. And so knowing that any of these parts and pieces from the preliminary strategy and planning all the way through, design efforts, our technical assistance grants can really help with any step along the way. We sort of stop once we hit construction. We're hoping that the federal dollars then will cover that part of it. So we're really interested in all of these planning efforts to get you to that federal application. We'll go to the next slide. So there's a number of tribal considerations for these federal grant opportunities. I think Nate had outlined in a few of the slides that there are some that are very specific to tribes. And so some of the special considerations that often apply when tribes are applying are potential waivers or modifications of cost share requirements, potential set-asides of competitive funding. There can be additional technical assistance options. I know I mentioned our programs, and Lauren mentioned that we did issue one grant to the Ute Mountain Ute, to the farming and ranch enterprise for that purpose, for pursuing federal dollars. So I think there's some opportunities there, but certainly know that between Nate and CWCB staff that we are more than happy to help navigate these spaces. I think there's just a lot of opportunities out there. And so if there's ways that we can be of assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We'll go to the next slide. I think these slides might be made available to you all after this. If not, I can certainly send a link to this, but this is a great resource that Nate put together, a funding navigator. And so in the previous slides, it was sort of these really big pictures of all the different programs out there and real big round numbers of what's available. In this funding navigator that we've got housed on the CWCB website, it distills down in real time what are those funding opportunities at any given time. And there's a tab for federal opportunities. There's also a tab for state opportunities. And so I think that that link is probably one of the most useful things you could probably take away from this meeting, in addition to knowing that we're certainly available to help navigate that too as best we can. We'll go to the next slide. Something else that I wanted to highlight is that there are state matching funds available. Most federal grant opportunities do require a match. And so there are some opportunities at the state level that are being provided through the Department of Local Affairs to help with matching efforts. And then in addition to that, the grants that Lauren mentioned from the state level can often be used as match along with our loan program. So there's opportunities, I think, to braid a lot of different funding sources to make that match, hopefully not the barrier to getting any particular projects done. I think that might be our last slide. So with that, we've got Lauren's information, Nate's information. Certainly Lauren can always get a hold of me too, but we're happy to answer questions or also take feedback if there's any gaps in information that you'd like us to follow up on. I'm happy to follow up with you all.
Okay, just if you wouldn't mind sending those presentations to me as the facilitator or Kelsey, if you don't have my email, so that we can share them.
Yeah, we would be happy to do that.
Right, are there any questions, comments, follow-up?
Yes, I have one. Well, I guess first a comment and then a question to follow up on that. So at Southern Ute, I think our Water Resources Division and other departments have looked through the funding opportunities with BIL and IRA funds. And they've found that much of the funding is tied to environmental benefits, green energy, and water conservation. So in terms of the Pine River Indian Irrigation Project, it's limited the ability of the tribes to apply for that funding because what we need the funding for is aging infrastructure, and haven't been able to find anything that will help with that. And so that's just the comment we have for the BIL and IRA funding, is having that difficulty to find funding for the specific needs that we have. But then as a follow-up to the presentation, I just wanted to ask what the process is for applying to the state's federal technical assistance grants.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for the feedback, number one. And yes, so that online grant portal that Lauren mentioned, there's a link on our website to set up an account. It's a pretty simple process of just a few details on contact information, and then our staff will get the team set up on that application. And then within there are applications that you'll see in a pull down menu for the federal technical or CWCB technical assistance using our contractor or local capacity. And on the slides, which we'll send out, we've got contact information from Michael Reagan on our team. He is our point person for all of those grants, so he could certainly help anyone through that application process as well. But it's a pretty high level just question process because the whole point of these grants is to help folks apply for funding. So there's just questions saying, what's your project? What are the potential benefits? Do you have more details of they claim it? And it's a really high level, maybe 5 or 6 questions. So it's a pretty simple application process. But I would encourage anyone just to give Michael a phone call or a quick email, and he can walk folks through that application process and answer any questions that you have too.
Michael's at CWCB.
Yes, he is. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there more questions?
Not for me.
Thanks for the
Well, we'll set
presentation.
this.
Did you have a question, Kevin?
Oh, sorry, Lauren. I was just saying thanks for the presentation from you and Anna. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Absolutely. No, we'll send the slides around, and after you look through them, if you do end up having any other questions, please reach out. We're happy to help.
So I missed Anna's last name for the.
Moss, M-A-U-S-S.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right. Knowing that we're running very ahead of schedule, and while we have Anna and Lauren here with us. I know that later today, we're gonna talk about any recommendations. After hearing this, are there any ideas that you want to get input from Lauren or Anna about while they're still here to talk with us?
I guess Anna and Lauren, how long are you gonna be on the call today? I know your schedules are busy.
I can be on for about the next 20 minutes,
Okay.
and then I have a 1 o'clock. But if anything comes up that you'd like input on after the fact, please reach out. We're
Yeah.
accessible or try to be. Yep.
Thank you. Important questions always come up later.
I know how it is. Yeah.
I know how to get in touch with her.
It's true.
Excellent. Well, Lauren and Anna, thank you for joining us. Please give our love to Nate. We know that he's out for personal reasons right now, and that he did a lot of work preparing this for us. And
Yeah,
so
we'll do.
Can we do a 5-minute break or even just 3 minutes?
yes, and we will take a 5-minute break. It's 12:41. So let's be back here at 12:46.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Kevin. I'm glad to see that you don't have any injuries,
Thank you.
hopefully, or external injuries.
Just a little stiff.
Thank you and welcome back after our break. We are again running quite ahead of schedule. Our next agenda item is to welcome the Colorado State Engineer, Kevin Ryan. Thank you so much for joining us and coming in person. We're glad you are here safe. And we're very excited to hear an update from you on subject.
Thank you, Celine, and thank you, everyone. And I did just put some food in my mouth right before, so apologize for that. And I also want to apologize to Anna if you're still on in the group for being a little disruptive when I came in, but y'all know I had a little mishap. I'm going to share my screen. And what I thought I'd like to do is, for a measurement rules update, let you all see some of the stakeholder information that we've shared with people in our stakeholder meetings. Bo and Steve, you've seen this, but I don't know that everyone else has. And it's a good way to share it, but I don't want to get into a strict presentation mode and talk at you. I want this to be casual. I'm going to go over it probably a little bit differently and try and emphasize some things that I think will be meaningful to the group and not dwell too much on some things that maybe aren't as helpful to the group. But I do want to be comprehensive about it at the same time. And the way to handle that is, if you don't mind just interrupting me, raise your hand, just say, hey, you, and let's get through it that way. I'm also going to, so in that I'm going to share an identical presentation to what I have done in the stakeholder meetings. A little bit of that is legal oriented because I do need to make sure that, as this might appear to be a stakeholder meeting, that I don't go off in different directions than other stakeholders have heard. So we'll do that. And Becky, I'm going to share some compact compliance information in terms of leaf area deliveries that I've shared before. It's something that I showed Lisa Letitia, you might remember, at the task force meeting in Aurora. And it's very brief, but I think it makes an important point that people have seen before. Becky, you've seen it, and I might ask you to say, this number is subject to change, right? Don't you agree, Becky? So
Yes.
I'll rely on you for that.
Yes, it's subject to change.
Everything's subject to change, right? So here I am. And like I said, I'm going to go about this in a way that's more informative and not such a strict presentation. When we talk about measurement rules, two good questions. What are we doing and why? I think it's a good question. I heard it from one of the stakeholders just in this last weekend. They sent more comment in. So it's good for us to talk about. And see, I'm not advancing myself.
Are you on this?
I am. Oh, maybe I'm not on the Zoom.
You should go to the presentation.
Okay, yeah. Oh, of course. No, thank you. There we go. Why do we need measurement in the first place? And that is a good question, because some people are still saying we don't. But one important aspect is our 160-year-old intrastate administration, prior appropriation, water rights. We need to implement the prior appropriation system. And so I call that administration during a call. If there is a situation where we're over appropriated, which we are on much of the West Slope, and there are more water rights than there is water to supply them, then we're going to have to implement a call. We're going to have to curtail people at times. And I'm going to show in a few minutes how that really comes into play for measuring devices. But the other thing is administration during compact compliance administration. And the other presentation I'll give talks about the likelihood of that, or the low likelihood of that in the coming years. But it is something we still need to think about, and the time to think about it is now. And the last thing is data. Two aspects to data. One is to protect individual property rights, your water rights. I'm speaking generally to our water users on the West Slope and around the state, but it's to protect individual water rights from abandonment, to keep the value of it, to show a good record of the historic consumptive use and diversions. It's good for the right, but also to protect Colorado water users during compact compliance administration. So again, I say that I think the likelihood of that administration is pretty low in the next few years, but it's something we need to think about now. Data is good. It's good to be able to go back 10 years if the situation comes up. So that's why it's important to get that data. Now, we've had measurement authority on the books in our statutes for over 100 years. I'll give you the site for the statute there. But it just says the owners of ditches, et cetera, shall erect where necessary a proper head gate and proper measuring devices. And I always like to point out that underline, it says where necessary, because there may be cases where it's not necessary. And that's what the General Assembly wanted to talk about. So that's why measuring devices, why we measure and what is our authority to that. But then why measurement rules? And I give a little list there, but my quick anecdote is that our division engineer in Division 6, the Yampa White River Basins, Erin Light, she tried to get measuring devices installed in place with her water users starting a few years ago, and she sent out several hundred enforcement orders, or not enforcement orders, but notices that these were necessary. And it got very difficult for her because there was not a good structure, there was not a good schedule, and the water users were saying, what do we do? Tell us what to do, and have to invest. You hear what I'm saying. If we have measurement rules, we can address a lot of these details ahead of time, and there's consistency and transparency, as I say, and we can recognize the different types of diversions, can think ahead about options and alternatives and give the guidance on that. And importantly, when we do this rulemaking, we've got stakeholder involvement, so we're not doing it in a vacuum in a Denver office. And then that leads to more efficient implementation that works better for the Division of Water Resources and the water users at the same time. And these rules, just to reinforce on that, give a good, clear path for water users and our office regarding that implementation or the implementation of that statutory authority I talked about in 3784-112, just to say it out loud. And so, good examples. What is an adequate head gate and where is it necessary? What is an adequate measuring device and where is that necessary? And how do we record and report data? And let's just circle back and make sure we all know what we're talking about. We're talking about diversions off the river of a water right. Very often, so often, it's irrigation rights through a ditch to the field. So that measurement needs to take place where the waters of the state in the stream are taken off that stream into the ditch. And then usually down ditch from there, it's going to be measured according to the ditch company or the water users on the ditch. Our authority would not go down the ditch that way. Okay, just a quick reminder of what a water right is. It's getting available flow in the natural stream like I just talked about. We've got water rights by priority. There's that seniority that we implement when we're talking about prior appropriation. Allows us to administer a call. And again, we're going to get into a quick example of that in a minute. But many basins in Colorado, primarily the West Slope, and I'm going to say primarily Division 6 and Division 7 are in transition. Got areas that there's always a call, and there are areas where there's never a call, and there's areas where it's off and on. That's characteristic of the Yampa, and then here in the San Juan, Animas, La Plata, etc. basin, Division 7. And that's in transition more and more often due to climate change, due to more demands. There are more basins being over appropriated. That's just happening before our eyes, and that's where that interstate administration becomes even more important. And, you know, this is why I'm gonna go fairly quickly through it, but when we talk about the division engineer administering a water right, they've got a decree in front of them for beneficial use by a water user. And as I said, the law requires that they have a head gate or a structure that controls that diversion off the river. So they can either take or not take, and they can take according to various amounts. And then a measuring device. That's what we're all here for today, or that's what I'm here for today, is to talk about that measuring device and what it does, what it's there for. And then the division engineer needs to know, well, where's that water being diverted? Where are you putting it to beneficial use? Again, usually when we're talking about that, we're talking about irrigation water. And there's a field with a crop, and that's what's going on. And then just to reinforce this functioning head gate, we see examples of that and different types of head gates, but it needs to be something that can be adjusted, as I said a minute ago, that, you know, might take your full 4 CFS, you might take only 2 CFS, might not take any. So that's being adjusted up and down. Needs to be lockable, just in case there is a question on enforcement, or if the water user is not being cooperative when they need to be curtailed. I guess is maybe one way to put that, not being cooperative. And, you know, in our meetings, we're always fond of talking about, is this a good or a bad head gate? And, you know, the one on the left is a little tongue in cheek, but it makes the point because it was really out there to ostensibly measure, well, not ostensibly, but supposedly to measure water. And this is what happened to it. Just a really timely anecdote. As you know, last night I had a little mishap with some elk, and I had a nice state trooper driving me back to my hotel. And as we talked, I realized I found out he owned a ranch, and he had a water right, and he had a diversion and he had a measurement device. And he talked about how helpful the water commissioner was, because the water commissioner came out and pointed out, you know, most of what you're doing is going under your flume. It's not going through your flume. So you're not getting, you know, full credit for what you're taking. And so, you know, what a timely anecdote that was for me to hear that last night, because I was able to say, that's exactly what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. But, you know, then you can see on the right, we've got this larger concrete flume that probably does a pretty good job. And this is where I want to go through this little bit detailed, but it really makes the point. And we've got this river with 3 water rights, and down at the lowest end, we've got ditch B with an 1875 water right for 200 CFS. So they're in pretty good shape. They've got the senior water right on the river. But then ditch A is a little more junior. It's 1880 water right for 50 CFS. Ditch C is more junior than that, 1895 for 100 CFS. And what's going to happen in our scenario is that this lower senior water right, ditch B, calls the water commissioner and says, I'm not getting my full 200 CFS. I think I'm 120 CFS short. What does the water commissioner do at that point?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing, because they don't know what's going on. They might be able to eyeball it and say, yeah, it looks like you're a little short, but I can't tell how much the other, they just can't tell. So they can't do priority administration. And we'll just shortcut through that, because I won't go through the bullets, but they can't do anything. Ditch B learns the lesson and puts in a measuring device. Ditch C and ditch A aren't motivated to do that, but ditch B has it. And then they call the water commissioner and claims to be 120 CFS short. Water commissioner can go out and look at the flume and agree that they're 120 CFS short of their 200 CFS. And then they need to look upstream at ditch C and ditch A. They see what they're taking. We see what they're taking, but the water commissioner doesn't see what they're taking. So again, the water commissioner really doesn't know whether ditch A and ditch C can take a partial amount. So she might just cut them all off, cut ditch A and ditch C off. I don't know what you're taking I just need to shut you off. And make sure ditch B gets what they're entitled to. Best case scenario, everyone has a measuring device. Ditch B is 120 CFS short. And what is the water commissioner going to do now? Well, ditch C is the most junior. So the water commissioner, she's going to cut ditch C off completely. But there's still not fulfilled at ditch B. So they go up to ditch A. They know just what they're taking. She doesn't have to cut ditch A off completely. She can cut ditch A off down to 30 CFS. Ditch B gets their water right. Ditch A gets their water right in a partial amount. And I was going to say everyone's happy. Maybe not everyone's happy, but everyone feels that the system is legitimate and they're curtailed only in the amount necessary and for a good reason. And then our call due to this bypass right scenario is an 1880 call that propagates upstream. I just think that's a fun little exercise for us to, understand how water administration works. And then we understand why measuring devices are so important when we've got priority administration. We're going to back out of detail and just talk about measurement methods and measuring devices and alternative measurement methods and just a little bit of nomenclature. In the rules, measurement methods is that larger superset, anything that measures the amount of water that's being taken. And then we break that down in the rules to measuring devices. And those are the direct measurement approach, a flume or a weir, something that you look at directly and you see how much is being taken. Alternative measurement method might be something like a power consumption coefficient method, or that you might see on a well, or something else indirect. You might have a rated section where a hydrographer goes out and just knows that at this part of the ditch, if the flow is at a certain stage, then it corresponds to a certain amount of discharge. So that just gives you a good idea. You can look at the typical devices. You see that partial flume, that's very typical across Colorado. And then an H flume. These are just very cutthroat flume and Palmer Bowles flume. These are those direct flow measuring devices that I talked about that you can look at, and there's going to be a gauge on the side, and you can look at the gauge and correspond with a table. And I'll show you an example of that in a minute. But there's what a partial flume would look like. I don't know that I trust this quite as much, this flume, but these are the ones that I talked about again. There's a ramp flume. And so you see these different styles. And then you have weirs, and weir is just water flowing over what would be an obstruction, little dam in your ditch. And based on how deep the water flowing over it is, it's just another mathematical equation, hydraulics equation that tells you that. Those are the two things that we're typically going to see for the most part on ditches in Colorado. Again, just a little tongue in cheek, what is a proper installation? Well, one that's totally submerged on the left is not really going to work for you, and water's flowing around it. And similarly, the one on the right, this is questionable on the left. Maybe we have a measuring device on the right that works. And then certainly these two are properly installed and work. But then I talked about alternative methods, alternative measurement methods, and we probably use these rated sections more for stream flow. I mean, that's what stream flow gauges are to a large degree, just the natural configuration of the stream bed. And we know by going out and measuring how to correlate that to a certain amount of discharge. Flow test, just a way of putting something in the ditch, timing how fast it goes, and ballparking. That's not a legitimate permanent way of measuring flow, but it is It is used if something's not there and you need to make a quick approximation. And of course, this is how we go out and rate sections for the hydrographer and stream flow measurement. And so I'm gonna kind of keep moving through this quickly. We talked about alternative methods, and one thing that's going to be necessary is the assumptions and calculations necessary to make sure that's a good measuring approach, just to use another term. Going to have to be verified by the division engineer. And maybe the contrast I'm trying to draw there is that with a good rated flume, we know there's not this constant verification by the division engineer, or maybe the channel is changing or something. We just know that that flume is in place properly, it's rated properly. We can reliably look at it every day. And here's a good example of the way we would look at a parcel flume, and this is what the water commissioner and the water user is going to do. You can see we've zoomed in here on the right on that gauge in the flume, and it measures the depth at an important point in the flume. And I'd love to go through the hydraulics of that, but that's not really important today. But you can see the water is at a level in hundreds of, or what we're showing is a foot and tenths of feet and hundreds of feet. And you can see that the water is at 0.47 feet on the right. So then we go over here to our rating table and we look up gauge height in this column. We get to 0.47. We know for this flume that correlates to 2.48 CFS. And that's every day. Anytime there's 0.47 feet, it's going to be 2.48 CFS. That's the beauty of a partial flume and the flumes, is that they're reliable in that way if they're properly installed. These are recording devices, and I hate to dwell too much on recording devices. There are very large diversions around the state, even in Division 7 and Division 6, but not so much in these areas as we might see in the Front Range or the Rio Grande, where that periodic every 15-minute or continuous recording device is important to the water right or important to the administration. And so when we talk about recording devices, they need to be addressed in the rules, but we tell the water users, if you needed one, you'd know it. So don't expect that the rules are telling you suddenly you're going to need a recording device where you didn't need one before. Now, why record diversions? And the short answer to that is, well, we're going to all this trouble to measure them. Let's record what we measured. For those couple of those reasons I talked about at the start, important to have that data to protect your water right, to protect a record of diversions. And it's important that we have the data to protect Colorado interests if there is compact administration that's going to occur in the future. Low probability in the near future, but just in case it does. Transparency is good. Everybody likes to see the records, see what people are taking. That takes a lot away. It takes away a lot of anxiety for people. But we'd like to tell our stakeholders there are several ways to report diversions, and it's going to vary. Is it a structure the water commissioner feels compelled to go out daily, twice a day? They're going to see it. They're probably going to record that while they're there. Is it a structure the water commissioner can only get to once a month, twice a season? And then it's good for the water user to take on that recording. But no matter how that happens, I don't know if I'm staying true to my bullets here, but just to make the point, the water user and the water commissioner need to be in communication and have agreement with each other. So the water user knows they're going to be responsible to a certain degree for recording their diversions, or they know that the water commissioner might be out there twice a day due to a certain type of diversion. And that's really what that recording is about, as far as the handoff between the division engineer and the water commissioner and the water user. Okay, so that was my quick, hopefully not too long-winded explanation of what we like to tell the stakeholders when we go out there. Now, this rulemaking it's important, and it's important that it be done according to a statutory legal process and a court-oriented process. So what we do after we finish these stakeholder meetings, after we do our comment period, I'll tell you where we are in that in a minute. Then we feel comfortable that we've addressed all the issues. We can file those rules with the water court. What's important about that is that, well, let me go do this. I tend to deviate from my notes, but we file with the water court. It's published in a public resume that everybody can see. It's public notice, local newspapers. People can protest to the court. Sometimes they're going to protest because they think there's something wrong with the rules. Sometimes they'll protest because they want to monitor or make sure they see them safely through the court process and just be participants. But then the judge sets case management orders. It gets into this more structured court process just to make sure we're doing that transparent. That's what the court is for. It's a good, transparent, participative way to do something like this. Ultimately, the judge, we hope, will approve the rules as we submitted them. If all the parties' concerns are addressed, then the judge can approve those rules as submitted. And then we can have them signed, we have a phase-in period, and we have the rules. The important point, though, and the reason we're so comprehensive and meticulous about our stakeholder and comment process is the judge can't approve anything different from what we submitted to the water court. If we want to change something, we have to reapply, republish, and start that process all over again. That's why we make that effort to do that. And here's where I would normally have jumped into the rules themselves. But to give you a high level idea of what these rules are about, it's less about rules, you shall do this and you shall not do that, but it's more about this guidance. And we put in things like what the scope of the rules are and what sort of diversions are accepted from the rules. And of course, we always have to have definitions. But then it talks about requirements, you know, where certain types of things are required, and then functional standards like accuracy and what type of what level of accuracy is needed for different types of diversions. Approval standards, how we're going to the process for the water user to make sure that their plume, their weir, their device is approved and they're in good stead with our statutory authority. So that approval process is in there. We talked about data recording, the submission. Then there's more of the legal compliance, variance, and appeals. And then phase-in timing. That's the general makeup of the rules, even though it actually is 10 or 15 pages of text and information. So I'm going to stop right there because I certainly don't want to go through the rules. And Lisa, you saw I was trying to make sure I didn't just give you a presentation and tell you much more than you wanted to know. But I wanted to give you that background, and then I'll just give you an update of status. And then I also, like I said, if we have time, because we're a little bit ahead, jump over to this. Oh, I've got 5 or 6 slides, I think, on compact compliance and flows at Lee Ferry. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so our current status is we held 2 informational meetings back in May here. One was in Dove Creek and one was in Durango in this room, I believe, Steve. And that kind of kicked things off. And then in July and August, we held actual stakeholder meetings in Cortez, Bayfield, Pagosa, and then Dove Creek. The first
Durango and Cortez were the first
informational meetings, sorry. That's why I'm retired. Can't remember things, but anyway, 4 stakeholder meetings and then a 5th Zoom stakeholder meeting where we went through a lot of what I just talked about, but you know, had a lot of Q&A and addressed people's concerns. And I think they were well attended, both in terms of the number, but also the participation by the attendees. And so that was helpful. But After those meetings, we've fine-tuned some things and redistributed the rules, asked people to submit comments, and we probably had 7 different sources of comments, and some of them were, you know, could you say it this way, or could you explain this? And a little more straightforward to address. And some of them, you know, we're probably gonna have to consider whether we need to change some definitions or, you know, do something better to address concerns. But I don't want to get ahead of myself in terms of, you know, our process, but that's where we are right now. And we're looking at that. I think we're going to have to meet with some stakeholders, at least a couple of them in person, to work through these, which I'm pretty optimistic about in terms of that process. That's where we are right now. We'll hold those meetings, and then our decision will be based on all these comments, or in consideration of all these comments, can we address them through good changes to the rules, have something that we think does what we need it to do, and also addresses the concerns. If we get to that, which again, I'm optimistic as well, then we'll submit them to water court, but that's still several weeks, couple months out. Don't want to promise a date. That's the status of the rulemaking right now. And I will say, Lisa, I did just really appreciate seeing Letitia at these meetings. I think you were at our initial meeting in Cortez. That's where I met you. And Rod Dinualdi, as you know, Lisa, he presented information to the tribal council several weeks ago, a few weeks ago. And so, but if you don't mind me calling you out, Pete's been involved. And Pete Nylander, for people that don't know who I was looking at. And, you know, to hear his comments and you know, to have him there and understanding what's going on has been really helpful. I can say this at a high level, but you know, Rob or Pete would address it better if needed. But the tribal water rights, they have water rights, they have priority dates. We administer them like we administer other water rights. And I think our division staff does not have big concerns with measurement issues for the tribal water rights, is my understanding. So that's just a kind of a specific comment based on who we are here today and what we're talking about. So that's an update, and I'll take questions on that if you have them, and I'll also, and after that, I'll just go over this quick compact administration question.
Just one quick question, Kevin, because it kind of relates to the Division 7. Where are you at with Division 6 measurement rules?
In Division 6, yes, great. First of all, let me say we started this probably 2 years ago, even after Erin Light had sent out her orders. And it was a much longer process because we started almost with a blank slate or a starter set of rules. I was going to say weren't even close, but well, they were close, but we did a lot of work with the stakeholders. So right now, those were submitted to water court about 14 months ago or a little more than a year ago. And at this point, we've settled with most objectors, opposers, with stipulations. We still have a couple that we're trying to settle, and again, optimistic about that. Can I say that the court will enter a decree in the next 2 or 3 months? Optimistically, maybe, but they get to have their issues addressed, and our attorneys need to have the time to do that. So I can't promise anything, but I'm optimistic that in the coming months we'll be there with a court decree.
Thanks.
I just had a question about the sort of intersection between the Colorado Indian Water Rights Settlement and the measurement rules. Did you have to look at the settlement terms about administration for Division 7?
Yes, I do know that Rob Zinderwald did that. And I don't want to overpromise. I'm not saying that he specifically went in to address that, but and through the Attorney General's office, that they are applicable as a statutory, 3784-112, and then I think the legal language is, one of them is that the rules are necessary, and so we satisfied that. If you'd like a more direct attorney-oriented answer to that, I could track that down.
I was really just wondering if there's anything different for Division 7 because of the settlement, or if sort of it's looking a lot like Division 6, or we just don't know yet.
I would say it's looking a lot like Division 6, because as I pointed out, and I was looking at Lucy and Letitia when I said that for the purposes of intrastate administration, they have those rights have a priority date that we would administer just like any other water right.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I know our Water Resources Division and Pete Nylander has been involved with the stakeholder meetings, and I've heard from our Water Resources Division that they've been appreciative of your outreach, your office's outreach on these measurement rules, and the effort that you've put into this making that relationship work and making sure there's good outreach to the Southern Ute tribes. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate the comment. And we were off to such a good head start because I believe that Rod Genualdi and his team have a good relationship with your water resources unit. And that's a credit to both you and our Durango team. Then it makes it easier for me to come down. Then all I have to do is put forth the effort. They've done all the work ahead of time. So thank you for the comment. If there are no other questions, I don't want to do too much to get you back on track with your timing and overuse my.
Will you share that with us as well, your presentation?
Pardon me?
Would you be willing to share that with us?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Okay, I intentionally left the date of August 10th on here because I just wanted you to see the exact same thing I showed the Drought Task Force in our meeting in Aurora, Lisa and Letitia, as you call. And that's because that's okay because nothing has really changed, but it's good for you to see the exact same thing I talked about. The reason I did this is because there is there is an urgency to resolve a question on the West Slope, and that is, are we out of compliance? Are we about to go out of compliance? What are we going to do when we go out of compliance? And so I can answer the first two of those questions today. Are we out of compliance? I'm going to show you that no, we're not. Are we about to go out of compliance? I'm going to show you that no, we're not about to go out of compliance. The difficult question is, well, what are we going to do when we're out of compliance? And I'll probably make a quick point that it's premature to try to decide what we're going to do because everything that Becky does all day long has to do with changing conditions, changing climatic conditions, changing expectations from the federal government, from the 7 states. And that gives us a lot less certainty on what the future looks like, at least from my perspective, and probably from Becky's. And to try to plan specific solutions around those unknowns is difficult for me to do in terms of my administrative realm. So that's, again, just a preview of what I want to talk about. And here's just a little disclaimer that I gave to the Drought Task Force. The slides is only to provide factual information to the Drought Task Force. Contains information found in compacts as well as published data of flows and conservative projections of flows. What all that is saying is I'm not predicting the future and I'm not giving you opinions. I'm certainly not getting into the policy area that Becky operates in. I just want to be a good state engineer and give you factual information the way I look at things. Because at one point, a few years ago, I needed to satisfy myself. Do I need to start doing something now? Is it imminent? And this is how I satisfied myself. We start. This is a review for a lot of us, but it always helps me to come back and talk about it. What does the Colorado River Compact say? Because, you know, we have an Upper Colorado River Compact. But right now, let's focus on what the Colorado River Compact says in Article 3D. States of the upper division will not cause the flow of the river Leaf Ferry to be depleted below an aggregate of 75 million acre feet for any period of 10 consecutive years. I always like to say, so that is below 75 million acre feet for 10 consecutive years. It doesn't say we have to deliver an average of 7.5 million a year, even though mathematically that sounds pretty similar. We really need to stay true to the language of the compact. The number is 75 million over the last 10 consecutive years. But you'll see, I emphasize with both italics and underline, will not cause the flow. And again, you've heard me say it, you've heard Becky say it. We have to say it again. I'll bet Becky says it in a few minutes. Will not cause. So we see the flow drop below 75 million acre feet in 10 years at Leaf Ferry, sometime in the future. What does it mean for the upper division, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, to cause that to happen? I think that's a big question. I think it's a big question when we're using sometimes down to 50% of our allocation due to what's available. When we've got other documents that regulate or dictate the releases from Lake Powell that go past Leaf Ferry. There's a lot going on. It's hard for me to point to the 4 states and say they caused it. Becky may say more about that, but that's just a reminder right now. But that's the standard, 75 and 10. Now with the Upper Colorado River Compact deals with what if that does happen? What if we did cause it? It says curtailment be necessary if the flow is deleted below what Article 3 says. Again, with that will not cause provision. Upper Colorado River Commission sets the quantity and time of curtailment. That sounds pretty ominous. Says they're going to tell us you owe this amount at this location at this time. Well, no, because the compact, Upper Colorado River Compact also says that Colorado determines how to meet compact compliance obligations. So it gives Colorado a lot of latitude across all the basin to determine how we're going to do that. And again, all premised on an inquiry by the Upper Colorado River Commission. Did we cause it? So the point of all this is to get to the numbers, and this is kind of small, but if we go back for 20 years and we look in the middle column, that's our annual flow at Leaf Ferry. Those are numbers in the books. That's what actually happened. And you see 8.3, 8.3, 8.5, 12.7. These are the actual numbers flowing past Leaf Ferry. So of course, we can do the math, and that's going to keep that number up high, above 75 million, like we'd like it. You can look down the third column, 100 million acre feet in 10 years. We get down to 84 in 2010, and we have a big year. Point is, look at those numbers. We're 12, 15, 20 million above what we need to be at Leaf Ferry. Up through 2022, okay, it's down to 10 million above. But let's take a closer look. And I'm going to tell you right now, so I don't forget, that red number in 2025, that 7 million acre feet, that's the number I presented to the task force in August. Becky will tell you, yeah, that's conservative. It could change. It could be less. It could be more. We just don't know, but it's going to be somewhat close to that. It's not going to vary by several million acre feet. But really what it's telling us, again, look at 2017 through 2022 in the books. We're up at 85 million acre feet in 2022. And then according to the Bureau of Rec 24-month study from July of 2023, we have these 9.2 and 7.6 million numbers that they're projecting, keeps us at 86. In 2025, 7.15 million keeps us at 84. That's not guaranteed, but it's a good projection. And what that means is our curve looks like this. That red line is what we don't want to drop under and see an inquiry about what caused it. It's good to stay at that where that blue line is up above. And that's my projection through 2025, very conservative projection. And that's the point of all this is looking out to 2025. Now, what about 2030? Why did I not go to 2030? Well, too many unknowns. And we don't have the nice Bureau Rec 24-month study going out that far. We don't know what the next set of guidelines will do. And that's, again, why you have Becky here today. But we're in compliance now. And my point is that there's really no basis for me now to curtail for compact purposes. And we're under our allocation. So from my perspective, as the water administrator and compact compliance, we're in good shape now and for the next several years. Still have a lot of things to worry about with the other states that Becky worries about. But as the administrator and compact compliance, that's the way. And sorry, I did get my foot in the door with measurement rules as a reason to talk about that, because remember, I said that, you know, this data was important. If there's going to be an inquiry, if there's going to be an inquiry by the Upper Colorado River Commission, part of that inquiry is going to be Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming. How much water did you use for the last 10 years? We don't want to guess. We don't want some inferential methodology. We don't know where that's going to lead us. It's best to have good data. And that's the nexus between what I told you about the compact right now and measurement rules. Sorry, I didn't make that connection before. Any questions on that? Celine, did I get us too far back on schedule?
I think we are still fine. So if there are questions, we still have plenty of time. Kevin, are you going to be with us for the rest of the meeting today?
You bet.
Okay.
I want to make sure we thank Kevin. It is always nice for me to have somebody else say what I have been saying. And I think first and foremost, we've always met all of the obligations under the compact. And secondly, it's important to also acknowledge that if there is a lot of things that would happen before any water would be curtailed. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, so we are at 1:35. We are not scheduled to take a break until 2, and that is when Stacy will be joining us. Do we want to take a break early, or do we want to see if Stacy can speak now and then take a break before we move on to recommendations?
Stacy is on, whatever.
Okay. Stacy, if you can hear us and you're ready, we would welcome your presentation now. Hello.
I have to unmute her.
Okay.
Just hang on, Stacy.
I think we got it.
Thank
Are you all hear me now?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the invitation from the entire task force here to join you all today. I'm Stacy Coleman, the tribal liaison for the Department of Natural Resources. And when talking to Director Yazzie, she indicated that, you know, the task force would like to learn a little bit more about this new position within the Department of Natural Resources. And while I wasn't given any specific questions per se, so I haven't prepared any sort of formal presentation, I figured we could treat this more like a a dialogue. I can provide some background and information, not only on myself, but also on sort of the creation of this position and what I've been working on in just the, first few months that I've been on board. Hopefully what the future of the position looks like and how I can assist, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe as well as the Southern Ute tribe on these, various water challenges that the task force has been talking about. So I guess just to, sort of reiterate here what Director Riss had mentioned, but DNR is very supportive of this work and, is a dedicated resource on these various water issues and challenges. We're also committed to working with, collaborating on, and supporting the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute tribes on the priority issues that have been raised during the task force and, continue to work on these post-task force, of course. In terms of this position, I started in July of this year, so I've only been on board with the DNR for 4 months. Prior to joining the DNR, I worked for 15 years for the U.S. Department of Justice as a senior attorney in their environmental enforcement section. I also, held the role of tribal coordinator on nationwide issues that our environmental enforcement cases were related to, matters that directly or indirectly impacted tribal nations there. And my hope in moving over to the DNR here and having this great opportunity at the state level is to be able to sort of take what I've learned at that, sort of federal level capacity and be able to use it to further facilitate and support tribal governments at the state level too. And maybe work through some of the hurdles that were at the federal level. And there might be other opportunities that we could explore at the state level instead. So that was sort of the reason why I transferred over there. There are, of course, personal reasons too, in that my, family history and origin story. I'm also committed to supporting tribal governments and tribal communities. And my hope is that, in building the tribal relations program here at the Department of Natural Resources, we can continue to create and grow a very strong sovereign to sovereign relationship where we are collaborating and truly having a reciprocal relationship on the various tribal priorities that the Ute Mountain Ute leadership and staff, as well as the Southern Ute leadership and staff, have indicated to me already that they're interested in. So what is this position doing? I mean, ultimately, the goal is to create a robust tribal relations program and to not only work with the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute, but also other historical tribes that have ancestral ties to Colorado. It was specifically placed within the executive director's office so that it could be an overarching position that assists all of DNR's divisions, commissions, boards, programs with developing and maintaining strong and respectful tribal relations. Technically, I guess I am the staff authority for DNR on tribal relations and function as the primary liaison between DNR and the governor's office and tribal nations. But the issues that I work on are very broad. Anything that involves or otherwise impacts tribes in the areas of DNR's work, which include, broad water issues and challenges, wildlife and natural and cultural resources management, Bruneau Treaty and other hunting and fishing matters, state parks and wildlife areas, energy-related matters, forestry, wildfire mitigation issues, state trust land issues, climate resilience, conservation issues, as well as grant funding issues and other policy and legislative matters. So it's quite broad. And that's really because I work across all of the divisions and assisting them, as well as our executive team. In the past 4 months, I certainly have broad aspirations on what we can do to further support tribal governments, through state resources. But what I've been focusing on is directly working with Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute tribal leadership and staff on various priority issues that have been raised by tribal leadership directly to me, or that were historically raised before my time to greater DNR leadership and staff. So we're trying to kind of play a little bit of, maybe some catch up on issues that we may have not been able to fully develop sort of pathways to, different solutions prior to having a dedicated staff member in this role. So I continue to work on evaluating and assessing where DNR has gaps and needs to enhance or change its programs in order to better work and serve, our work with tribes. A primary goal of this will be to put in place guidance to build internal staff capacity across DNR. That the DNR Tribal Relations Program will build out into the future. I've been advocating for resources, systems, and processes that encourage and advance our work with tribes, as well as supporting the tribal priorities that we're aware of. I've assisted with the development and facilitation implementation of various projects, DNR projects and initiatives that are of interest with the tribes, as well as ensuring that we're approaching these projects and initiatives in a way that supports tribal sovereignty and cultural, environmental, and economic priorities. I have been facilitating and conducting direct outreach with tribal leadership and staff on these priority issues. I've started, sort of formally training and educating DNR decision makers and staff on how we can further support our relationship and advance our work with tribes, including cultural competency training. And I've been working with DNR on sort of, legal and policy issues that otherwise, involve or impact in tribes at the state level. So it's just been 4 months, but, I think we're making, building a good foundation for the program and where we'd like it to go to really support and enhance our sovereign to sovereign relationship and ensure that we're really supporting the tribal priorities, especially as it relates to these water challenges that have been highlighted and discussed for many years, but more recently through this sub-task force. So I'll pause there just to see if you have any questions, but in terms of my position so far.
Any questions? I don't think we have any. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let me also just add this then. I believe, it was in the October 23rd meeting that it was mentioned, the potential for a recommendation for a CWCB specific tribal liaison. I think that what I would offer, and hopefully, Director Riz's presentation supports this too, I think, which is that based on my sort of initial assessment, I think we have various existing internal staff members and resources, including myself, that we can further organize strategically to help meet sort of the various needs and priorities as it relates to water challenges and issues that have been highlighted throughout the task force meetings here. Whether it comes to grant and other funding assistance, both at the state and the federal level, I think we have staff members that are eager to, provide assistance to the tribes on these issues to ensure that we can build, sort of a grant application system that also meets the needs of, the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute tribes. I know that CDPHE has worked closely with tribal leadership and staff in this area, and they have reorganized pieces of their grant application program to, further support that. And I think there's certainly, areas that we're open to learning more about that may be, hurdles. I believe I heard at some point that there may have been, sort of an issue with the state controller's office and sort of trying to better understand that. And I can work with Nate on figuring that out with the current application that's there and what's sort of holding it up, and see if we can build a better, stream and process flow there as it relates to, you know, where it starts in our department and then going through the state controller's office. You know, I think on, you know, federal grants, there is certainly a lot of work that I can assist with there in ensuring that, you know, we are collaborating in ways that are supportive for the tribe with our federal counterparts and partners on various funding matters. There may be ways to sort of approach it strategically too on bottleneck areas that, you know, I'm sure we can explore how, you know, I might be able to be of assistance in navigating that too. Technical project assistance, you know, I think Becky mentioned that sort of, you know, while this is a tribal forward lead on technical projects, I think that there are areas where we can also be, you know, lend a hand in being, you know, supportive in terms of, you know, assisting with questions or other areas, and also, you know, pointing out early, you know, potential funding opportunities for the tribe, ensuring that we're collaborating with, you know, not only our, you know, Southwest Conservation District, but also with other local government entities, and of course, you know, the Nature Conservancy and other NGOs to ensure that we're working together to find ways to fully support and hopefully fund, you know, the project initiatives that are priorities for each of the tribes here. And I think, you know, certainly, you know, want to ensure that we're providing support where we can, you know, on the water settlements, you know, and ensuring that we're lending a hand where it's needed on political and policy issues there. So I think there's a variety of ways that this particular position can be hopefully a dedicated resource is what I intend to both the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribes and tribal staff, and to, you know, sort of assist with these, you know, capacity building areas that are important. And, you know, it's just a matter of us sort of, hopefully, you know, what I'd intend and I hope is that we could have regular meetings with tribal staff, Water Resources Division staff, to build a roadmap on all of these more immediate and long-term issues so that we can develop a strategy together on how to, and how the state can be supportive. So.
Are there any questions or comments for Stacy?
I just wanted to highlight something that Stacy said. She really focused on the tribe leading in what they needed for the technical work, and the state being there in whatever way that they can to support. And I think you're going to continue to see that commitment, regardless of what we come up with out of this subcommittee. I think we're going to focus on continuing to do that. And if there's ways we can enhance it, do more, have ideas, let's do it.
Yeah, and Stacy, just, I think you alluded to this, but you don't only see yourself in a state role, but also to provide assistance to the federal entities on tribal matters. Is that true?
Oh, yeah, just making sure I'm on mute. Yeah, I mean, I think in the sense of, you know, however the state can lend support to the tribe as we try to work through some of those hurdles at the federal level. You know, I do see a role there, you know, for me as the tribal liaison to assist with that. It's important that we all work together to be able to provide the support that's needed for these projects to be completed.
Stacy, how much of your sort of FTE do you have available to assist with water specific matters? Or is that set yet?
My time isn't split up between by a particular percentage on issues. I keep, you know, a massive spreadsheet that has all the issues and all the divisions occurring, and I work on all of them, frankly. And so, you know, I think maybe there could be a discussion internally about whether, you know, a certain percentage of time has to specifically be dedicated on that. We're just 4 months into this particular position, and, you know, part of it is to my role is to provide recommendations on, maybe how we need to better, sort of evolve the position, massage it in different ways, so that I can ensure that I'm, sort of dedicating my time to the top priority issues that we need to be dedicating to.
Anything else for Stacy?
Me.
Well, Stacy, thank you so much for joining us. Will you be staying on for the rest of the meeting or?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thanks, Stacy. It was a great introduction to you and your new position, so thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we are just approaching our planned break time, and I do think it would be good for us to take a little pause here. So why don't we break and come back at the scheduled time of 2:15, take a slightly longer break.
Do we want to do public comment at the beginning, after the break, at the beginning of the next session?
Absolutely. So we could put a note in the chat and just let people know we'll reopen for a few minutes of public comment when we're back from the break.
I can do that. Those for
All right, welcome back from the break. Thank you all. And as we discussed right before the break, we're going to start by reopening for any public comment.
Do we have anyone in the room? Any member or any folks of members of the public who want to make a comment here in the room? Okay. Anyone online? I believe we had one person asking a specific question, but because these are comments, not questions, we've directed that person to who can answer their question offline. Anybody else raising their hand online?
I don't see any hands raised.
Please, yeah, use your electronic hand raise if you do want to offer any comment to the subtask force. Pause for just a second to see. You guys still don't have any, we can proceed. Just want to make sure everybody's had the opportunity. Okay, well, if you think of something, this is now the close of the second public comment period. If you think of something else you'd like for the subtask force, you can submit those through the main task force website and just specify it's for the subtask force, and we'll be happy to pass that along.
So we are ahead of our planned agenda. We heard from Stacy before the break, which gives us a pretty nice chunk of time to talk about draft potential recommendations. And during the break, we were talking about sort of how to approach this, and we realized that there is a short list of recommendations that the main task force is talking about, and anything that's going into that short list needs to be done, I believe, by tomorrow. Is that correct, or is it today?
It is
Tomorrow
at midnight.
Okay, and
The stroke of midnight.
we were thinking that since we have one more of these meetings, we might start with what the main task force has been discussing. See if this task force wants to give any recommendations that are related to that short list, and then we can move on to any separate recommendations that might come out from this task force. Does that work for us all?
I'm just curious, and I'm looking at Siobhan about the short task list. Anything that's in that tomorrow's got to be final.
It
Right.
needs to be as you would like to see it to be voted on. I think for it, or like in its closest to final form. There's still opportunity to tweak a tiny bit in that next meeting because the vote won't happen until
December
the 7th. And so, yeah, so you still have maybe a little bit of time for discussion, but I would say in it as close to final form as possible.
I'm just curious, if we do make comments, are they gonna get to the right person at the right time for them to incorporate them by tomorrow? I don't know.
Well, I can, without throwing any task force members under the bus, there's not been a whole lot of activity yet. I think that historically people like to just really leave it to the last minute to get them entered, not to say they're not working on them. But I think you would be in pretty good shape if you were offering comments now. I think that people would be very likely to see them.
And to be clear, I know that several of you might be submitting your own comments on behalf of your tribal nation. And Erin Citron, who is our main task force designee from the Nature Conservancy, will be handling that. This would just be anything specific from the tribal sub-task force that we want considered sort of coming out of anything that we've discussed on the task force. So I think we can keep it pretty focused today. Just if there's any tribal matters that are coming out of the discussions of the task force that are related to anything that's on the short list, let's talk about that and see if we have any recommendations first. And then we'll move on to any other recommendations that aren't about things that are on the short list. So Steve, I think you're going to be able to share the short list. I assume that the main task force members here are familiar with everything on it and can help us identify, is there anything on the short list that has a connection to what we have all been talking about here?
So this is the current short list that is on the website as of right now. I don't know if we need to look at the table of contents or just get down to the narratives.
For Lisa and Letitia, it seems like one way to start this would be to see if the tribal nations have interest or thoughts on any of the specific items, or if you're planning on submitting anything separate from what's already on the list.
And on this first one, the community and technical assistance grants is got assigned to me by the larger task force to write up. I do have a narrative ready. It will get inserted in there first thing tomorrow, basically saying we support continuation of these grants. I think currently they're on a single federal budget that the state got that they're using. I think a lot of people have said they're important. We think they're going to be well used to hopefully to try and continue to fund those in the future. So that's all that we'll say. Okay.
I think Southern U is definitely interested in making sure that B for aging infrastructure, that we want to make sure that these are available to the tribes, specifically for the PRIP, the Pine River Indian Irrigation Project. I know that I don't think that the tribe has applied specifically for grants yet, but we need to make sure that they're available to the tribe so that we can do so in the future if there's funding there available.
Just to be clear, do you mean like just open to tribes, right?
And for people online, I'm not going to type into the document you're looking at on the screen. We're capturing it on a whiteboard here in the room.
We'll take a picture of it and throw it on the notes.
Yeah, so I think, when we've talked about this specific proposal in the main drought task force, it's come up that these funds are not usually prioritized for agricultural projects, which the PRIP is a agricultural project. And so we just want to make sure that, along with everyone else, that funding is available for ag projects and for tribal projects.
Can I ask a bit of a sidebar on this? Because it's semi-relative. You just got a Water Smart grant.
Yes.
Can you tell us what specifically you're going to use that, what it was for, just so we all understand that piece?
I will call on my Water Resources Division Director, Division Head. He is here in the meeting as a member of the public. And so if I could ask Pete Nylander to come forward and describe that grant for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So the grant that we just received funding for was part of the BOR Water Smart Environmental Water Resources Project pot of money. So that was a unique situation where you have a heading called the Nanese heading, which is on the Pine River, and it serves tribal land. There's concerns about fish passage and fish entrainment on a lot of our headings off of the river. So that was a situation where we were able to find funding that would fit some PRIP issues, specifically for redoing the heading. Another example is we did apply recently for some drought resiliency grant funding for some long crested weirs to allow the tribe to pull water off of a private canal when they're at a priority. So that's another example where we found specific projects that fit some of this Water Smart funding. The big issue we have is we have a lot of canals and old siphons, old flumes that are in disrepair. And those are typically harder to pigeonhole in these pots of money because it's just purely aging infrastructure needs. So we do find some pots of money for some issues, but it certainly doesn't cover the main bulk of the aging infrastructure of the PRIP.
Great. Thank you. Didn't mean to sidetrack conversation, but I think that's important to note. Topic is storage on here.
Any connections, or should we keep moving on?
And maybe Letitia, I know that Mountain Ute have talked about a small storage reservoir at the end of their ditch to help. The need for that to help on Farm and Ranch. That
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, how would we connect what's in the short list to tribal needs? Exactly how to connect them is kind of what I'm, struggling with. If we either put it in, the main task force recommendation or the sub task forces kind of.
Okay, we can cover that later if you prefer. Yeah. Just from a process perspective, one thing that Kelsey and I have discussed is if you would like main task force kind of stamp of approval on your, or like support on what you submit, and maybe vice versa, would there be ones that you want to put a statement of support specifically behind to say that you would support that, like maybe with those thoughts attached, or, I mean, there's lots of different ways it can look in the document. That's really up to your discretion, but those are a couple things that have come up just for food for thought.
it's a good point. I would think we may want to do that at our very last meeting when we see things in final form on December 8th.
Okay.
Forest health and wildfire ready watersheds.
Yeah, I definitely think that one is one that Mountain use.
Any other discussion on that?
Is that sort of the watershed health? Is that something either or both of the tribes are currently involved in on their lands? And, or would like to be, so they're seeking funding to do some of that?
Well, Mountain is working with the Minkus watershed, so I would say.
Okay.
That would fit in there.
Honestly, I don't know if the Division of Natural Resources is working on something on Forest Health. Oh, yes, go
I
ahead,
think,
Pete.
it potentially could be a benefit, the tribe does have a forestry department, a range department where additional funding for those, opportunities could be good for the tribe.
Anything to discuss on the water banking item?
No, not right now.
So just, I guess, to clarify, and this is probably a question for Kevin. The water banking tool is currently part of these statutes, right? The proposed change, or at least one of the proposed changes is allowed. Currently, it's only allowed for direct or storage.
Yeah.
Change is to allow for direct flow water rights.
I think that's a big, the big point that Lee has been pushing, that flow.
And wasn't it, oh, sorry, I've got to look at the short list. Was it, the water banking, was that only in one division and he wanted to expand to all the divisions? Or was that something else?
And I'd have to double check with Lee. The pilot was for the Arkansas. And so I think it would just be good to make that clear that it's statewide.
But the current law doesn't restrict it. It's just that's where it was.
Right.
I see, okay.
And maybe this is more of a question for Kevin. If it's current law is the Arkansas Basin, are the tribes able to participate in a water banking if it were the way it was structured now, set up in the Southwest Basin?
Yeah, so they would be able to participate for that storage aspect. I think,
The direct flow.
but Yeah, so then adding direct flow, that's where I think, Steve, we'd want to be clear that it is statewide. It could be more explicit in the statute.
Okay, perfect.
And being clear that it's statewide would help ensure that there's access for the tribes. Is that what we're,
Yeah.
is that what we're saying? Okay.
Specifically for today's meeting for the tribes, but I think in general for the drought task force all across the West Slope.
Do you feel awkward like a star?
I told Shannon I'm an awkward person, so this is. Awkward is not new to me.
All right, should we move on to the next one?
Yeah. I think the industrial water user one is still developing, from my understanding. It's fairly complex. I don't know if it has much benefit or impact to tribes, but
Was there, and I apologize, I missed one of, actually the last couple of meetings and Pete, took my place, so I forget if I asked him this already, but was there discussion on whether this would apply statewide as well, or would it be focused in the basin where Jackie and the industrial water users are right now?
I think it's focused on Colorado River Basin.
Okay, so it is meant to be for the Colorado River Basin in Colorado. Okay, not for Yampo or for.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's what.
The Colorado River and the tributaries. So essentially west slope.
The 4 divisions, Yampa, Gunnison, San Juan Animas, and Colorado Main Stem. And sometimes, at least I like to call out the Colorado Main Stem. And, so along with the Gunnison, Yampa.
Okay.
San Juan Animas.
But Steve, you made comments at the last meeting that you wanted it more specific, right?
Well, we had talked about. My comment to the larger task force on this issue was, I think there's something good and some benefits in here. But as currently presented, it's fairly ambiguous. We don't know where the locations or the water rights, the volume of the water rights are. So I was trying to get something a little more focused. I know the industrial folks have, but at the end of this document, there's actually an add-on to this piece that's got a little more detail. So.
Steve, sorry if I could ask Letitia, one other thing we heard in the last meeting, I think, was a suggestion that maybe Jackie limited that to one pilot, right? So there was that aspect of it too, but I don't know how far that went, but I think that was on the table a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, doing a pilot on the Yampa where we with some certain guardrails on it. I'm not sure where the industrial folks are on that. Well, that come forward, so.
Right, what about the stream and riparian area management tools?
This is really specific, this one to the temporary loan program.
And it wouldn't really impact down in this area because like Steve mentioned, it wouldn't include the San Juan Reach, right?
Well, yeah, I think one of the sort of benefits they were trying to point out is to provide water to the critical reaches within either one of the endangered fish programs. But for the San Juan, the critical reaches are New Mexico, so but there are certainly critical reaches in the upper program that could be benefited.
Anything on the augmentation plans? Or is that part of is that separate or is that just the end of the stream?
I think it's a bit separate. But it's, yeah, the use of OG plans to, instead of a temporary loan, OG plans to supplement an in-stream flow.
Don't have anything on that.
Ag water protection.
And many of these are really tools that Kevin outlined at one of the very early meetings. How they've been applied to environmental needs.
And I think, Celine, the protection question, I don't see it on here unless I'm missing, it was really about it's limited to divisions 1 and 2, and could it be statewide, importantly on the west slope? Oh, right. Last sentence, be extended to other divisions.
What, 1 and 2, sorry, areas from it?
Sorry?
Or what was the term you used, 1 and 2?
It's just in 1 and 2.
It's in the document already as written,
Okay.
the last sentence. So.
Move on to the conservation easement.
Statewide, this group would.
Yeah.
Or that's what the suggester for the ban.
Did we hear in the main drought task force why it was limited to division 1 and 2? Was it meant as a pilot program, or why was it not originally applied to all divisions?
I have thoughts that I can't really support, but it may have been more just interactions between legislators from different parts of the state. How's that? Is it okay to say that?
Mm-hmm.
Anything on conservation easements?
I think the red is stuff that Colorado Department of Ag added after our last meeting, I think. So it's.
If not, I think we can move on to.
Let's delete it. So
Okay, how about shepherding with environmental co-benefits?
there's some language in here. Some comments that Southwest put in here on this one about clarification and on what exactly was intended.
Do we keep moving or?
So I guess just a quick question on the process for the main task force. Are these comments going to be answered by the proposers before we vote on these?
The ones we're putting in or just?
No, just the ones that are there already.
My impression, and anybody can correct me, is that by midnight tomorrow, whose ever topic this is, they're supposed to refine it based on the discussion we had.
Okay.
And trying put in near final language of what their desired recommendation is.
The only caveat I would put on that is at the last meeting, we did say like, basically speak out any kind of question, comment, anything you want addressed. You ask that it be put out on the table at the last meeting. So I think if somebody's maybe 1 or 2 people have already been in there doing their work, there is a chance that they may miss us and we may have to discuss them in the main meeting or some other way. But I think there's still time, just not a lot.
The long-term outlook item, is there anything to discuss here?
I think what we talked about, that information's out there. It's just to sort of get it more publicly available, usable.
This one's been pulled. Measurement tools.
This was something that goes back to, I think Kelly discussed it too, Kelly Romero Heaney, about just the need, not only as Kevin's talked about measurement on the water, but additional stream gauges for stream measurement, some of the support for the aerial mold snow surveys, consumptive use efforts, so just better measurement in all aspects of water.
And I think Ute Mound would, really support that one.
Same for Southern Ute. I think these
Yeah.
are good.
Yeah.
It's a good proposal.
We all support that.
Definitely funding. Measure.
Yeah, here's some of the more specifics. Snowpack data, ASO. Net.
So Letitia, you were just saying like if any of these measurement tools should come along with funding options. Okay.
Funding to support increased measurement opportunities.
Yeah.
Should we move on to invasive phreatophyte and species removal? It's like the proposal is to fund a statewide assessment, not relying on local efforts.
Yeah, I think this is a good proposal as well.
And Jordan at Department of Ed had some good comments, I think, on this one about how it does tie in. I mean, there are local efforts going on. How does it tie into the state's program? Final recommendation.
Should we move on to?
Nothing additional on that.
We move on to conserve consumptive use.
And on this one, I don't know how I guess in regards to like for tribes uncompensated unused water, how we could also, I don't know, go along with something like a program in state,
Let me put some words to that.
Well, one way that we've talked about this before is that the programs that focus only on conserved consumptive use, they tend to leave out voluntary tribal participation. So I would flag that there's probably like defining it around conserved consumptive use is going to push out a lot of tribal participation. And then there's a process question. If tribes did want to participate, what would their role in the program look like?
I guess the one comment I would make on this is at least the full task force. I don't think we really finished talking about it. It was the last item at one and we never picked it up again. So it was kind of an incomplete discussion, I thought.
And I also think the idea of compensating tribes for their undeveloped water rights is a different conversation than conserved consumptive use.
And I completely agree with that.
So it wouldn't go into this category. At least I wouldn't ask that it be put in this category. I wanted, whole different category.
Yeah.
So is the input that we might want to give that we should also be thinking about tribal water, that this is very narrow and that the task force should also be thinking about tribal water, or do we not want to weigh in on it?
As a subtask force, I mean. So I plan to make a recommendation on the compensation for undeveloped water, tribal water. It would not fit into this conserve consumptive use, and it won't, I mean, it won't fit into any of the proposals that are on the board for the main drought task force. It would be a potential recommendation from the subtask force.
Standalone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe that means we don't need to say anything more on this one. Okay.
Systematic water conservation and water basin overuse.
Recommended make a statement on lower basin overuse. I think so. I agree with the statement. I'm not sure how you put that in legislation or resolutions. That's a little bothersome. So.
We want to explicitly agree with the statement as a subtask force.
I'm not sure it applies to this subtown.
Okay.
Personally, but
We're down into municipal turf removal. More money, right, for turf removal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this one does not affect Southern Ute. I don't see, at least right now, I don't see that Southern Ute would use this program, but we're supportive of the municipalities wanting to request more funding for this if they see that this is helping them in their fight to address drought issues.
What was the first thing you said?
It doesn't affect Southern Ute. I mean, negatively or positively. So I don't think we have anything to add language to this specific.
you see Kelly Romero Haney's about the upcoming projects bill. Oh, increased funding.
And then anything on advanced metering infrastructure or potable reuse? Hang on. Oh, it looks like narrative suggestions are gone. What about next steps?
BCC. There's a comment. Lost that.
The only thing that maybe could come from the task force is just a note. I don't think there's tribal seats on the IBCC.
Believe so.
Because I remember, right?
So one of the governor's appointees is Ernest House Jr. But there's no like tribal.
Yeah.
appointments.
We want to just call that out, or do we want to recommend that one be?
Maybe it's as simple as ensure there's appropriate tribal representation on IBCC. The chair is sitting to my left, so she's hearing the comment, I believe.
I think we are intending to do that, so.
And I recommend that we keep that to the technical people.
Looking at it.
Well, I believe that is the full list.
Yeah, this is the addendum that from the industrial that puts a little more background on it for people to look at, but we already talked about it.
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right, so now I think, I guess before we move into sort of other recommendations not tied to what's on the short list. Any more discussion on this, or can we move on and start talking about any other recommendations that will be coming from this sub-task force?
I guess my question, how are we going to put those out there?
Yeah, did we actually have very specific language we wanted to add, or are these more just our comments on?
So maybe we could hang them up again, because I also know we're supposed to take a vote if we're doing, right?
Want me to hold them? These are sticky, so.
Okay, so
Cook it up there.
Yeah, there's no sticky.
All person.
Magnitude.
We just put it up in this quote.
Yeah. Thank you. for the Great help.
Since that's not visible on the Zoom screen, I'm happy to read it. For aging infrastructure, we should ensure the funding is open to tribes and available for agricultural projects in particular. Water banking, be clear that this is statewide if it's moving forward to help ensure tribes have access. Ag water right protection, also it's currently limited to divisions 1 and 2, it'd be statewide. Measurement tools, it sounds like an expression of support and ensuring that they come with funding options. I'm not sure what we decided on conserved consumptive use. Do we want to say anything or just offer what we're gonna talk about in just a minute?
Yes,
Yeah.
sound like there was gonna be one that.
The recommendation that Lisa is gonna.
Okay, so we can take that off.
yeah, I don't think we have anything for that.
Okay,
Okay.
and then a note on the IVCC recommendation to
Make sure there's appropriate.
make sure there's appropriate representation. So this is what we had out of the discussion. We could ask for these to be added into the document for consideration, but I think that we should take a vote if we're gonna do that, or if there's something else that we want to do with it, we can discuss that right now.
You know, I think we can add storage in there too. The storage.
Create new storage or the other,
Optimize existing or
for you, Mountain, would it be create new?
I
storage?
thought I seen one for small storage, right?
It's in there somewhere.
Yeah. I think it's maybe the additional storage C. Yeah, this,
Is it funding
yeah,
or new needed storage opportunities?
Is that how it's already written? Do we want to say the sub-task force supports that, or is there like different language we want to suggest?
Go back to it.
let me see.
While you're looking, I would also suggest that one of you, write the wording. This is just my quick note taking. So I'm happy to add them into the document if you don't want to get in there, but somebody who's on the task force maybe should give me the words.
It's in here
Once
about,
we all concur that my quickly written words.
Yeah, I don't see anything about funding in here, so we can definitely.
strategic and small storage facilities that meet multiple needs.
So would we add a little 6 to that? Roman numeral 6 to that strategic and small storage facility and ask for funding,
Appropriate funding.
request for appropriate funding to build small storage. I have a comment from our Water Resources Division head.
So just looking here, it looks like item F talks about statewide planning and funding for storage reservoirs. So F4 talks about water plan grants. I believe they broke storage into separate categories, one with the funding and. Let's see what page.
Yeah, you're right. It's what is in there, just kind of in a different section.
Yeah, they put it funding as its own.
I see.
Okay.
Walls. That scared Chris.
The only thing that I heard that I didn't see captured there is I thought there was support for the forest and wildfire ready item. Was that, should that be on there, not be on there?
Yeah, I was looking at maybe H somewhere. H.
So we'll be voting, well, Steve, Letitia, and myself will be voting as members of the Drought Task Force to either support or not support these proposals. But then this will be from the sub-task force as a group for support, is that right?
That's the way it would likely show up in as a comment, just so you underscore your support for that one. Something, there's no requirement. It's up to you if you feel like it's the one that you want to show explicit support for. Yeah.
Right, how do we wanna move forward? Is maybe I should say, is there anything on here that any sub-task force member feels uncomfortable supporting?
Generally not uncomfortable supporting, I guess, from my perspective. I would still like to have the opportunity to present everything to my board and get their feedback. So comfortable with this moving forward, getting put down, but hopefully we don't do a final vote till our last meeting and say, yeah, we approve this document as written. So I want to see it all written together. Concepts I'm fine with.
Okay.
That is the
Is that-
current
Is
plan.
that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do the same.
I would entertain a description of the action that we want to take today then.
I would move that we are okay with these. They're not recommendations. These are support of the larger task force recommendations.
Maybe
Comments.
input on,
Input, thank you.
okay.
Yeah, to add as comments to the short list.
But pending what the final narratives look from the larger task force too. There are significant changes that could change our position.
So do we want to assign somebody to add them or to provide finalized wording to add into, I can add them if needed. I just,
So
if somebody wants to wordsmith.
I do have another comment. So aging infrastructure, we did make a specific comment to say that, we want to make sure that funding is open to the tribes, but I think that for any of these, we want to make sure that the funding is open for tribes for any of these programs.
So would you like?
So like the wildfire or forest health one for the.
So for any of the ones that you made comments on or as an umbrella to any recommendation?
Say as an umbrella.
Okay. So
Program.
maybe it's a separate one, like they can call it out in some of these, but also as an umbrella comment, just to make sure that nothing is done to preclude tribal participation in any of this programs. Okay.
All right, so Steve's motion, I think is still on the table. Is this something we can all support moving forward, or do we need more discussion?
The motion was to move forward with adding these as comments to the short list.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, I'm good with that.
Becky,
I'm good with that.
that sounds good. Do we have a volunteer to write this up? Perhaps someone who's submitting things for their individual entities already? Or would you like me to do it?
I would like you to do it.
Thank you. I think I was just voluntold.
Happy to help you in any way you can.
Okay.
So should we add like a where appropriate? 'Cause I'm thinking of the turf one that you
Mhm.
mentioned that like specifically doesn't apply, so I don't want to tie anyone's hands with the wording, just say word appropriate.
Well, I think it really applies to the ones we've talked about here,
Oh,
programs and funding.
but
Are there
no,
others?
I heard it as an umbrella to the, any recommendation.
I heard it as an umbrella to the ones we're recommending,
So,
but
give me some clarity on that as a group, because I think there's two different.
is there anything that's not on this list that applies to the tribes? I don't think it does generally, but
Well, let's see, we're supporting the removal of the invasive species, is that on there?
I asked when you guys were discussing that if there was a specific thing you wanted to say and nobody brought one up. So if there is, I will edit.
I think,
The
I
right
want to make
way.
sure there's funding for the tribes for that specific program, and so if we put that on there, I'm happy with,
What was the name of it? Riparian?
invasive.
Phreatophyte.
Invasive species.
Sounds like that recommendation is sort of similar to the wildfire forest health one, just this makes
Yeah.
sense. Let's have funding for tribes.
So with that addition, then this umbrella becomes an umbrella to these. Okay, got it.
Maybe just the community and technical assistant grants as well, continued funding.
For which one? Community?
The technical assistant.
technical.
It was their general support for that as well.
Thanks. Yep.
Just want to do another check. We've added a few things since Steve's motion. Move forward with what's up here. All right.
Motion and that has there been any action? No. Trying to do both. Make sure I'm kept.
All right. So let's take a vote on Steve's motion. Excellent. I will circulate a write-up before I put anything into the document. All right. I think we can now move on to starting our discussion about potential recommendations out of the subtask force that would not be into the short document. And just thinking about the discussion that we had, let's start to get concepts out on the table, knowing that we have another meeting to refine this in time for us to all go back and talk to anybody we need to at our respective governments and organizations. So yeah, we've had a lot of great discussion. What are the ideas moving forward?
So I guess I will start out, since I already brought up one of the proposals that we are interested in. So during one of our subtask force meetings, we talked about the fact that Southern Ute and Ute Mountain, I'm sure, but I will let you speak to this after I kind of put out this concept. But we discussed in one of the subtask force meetings that Southern Ute is interested in seeing a pilot program. And I say pilot program first because I know with new concepts and new programs that generally people like to test it out to see how it would work and figure out the ins and outs of it before making it into a standalone program. But we would like to request that the state of Colorado implement a pilot program to compensate the tribes in exchange for a forbearance of development of water for a certain number of years. So if the tribe agrees not to develop 10,000 acre feet for 3 years or for 2 years or whatever that is, however that works out, the tribes would like to, we would like to see some sort of compensation for that. And as we discussed in the previous meetings, this goes back to the fact that the tribes have challenges developing their water, and one of the largest challenges is funding, right? So getting funding to build infrastructure, getting funding to build, and that's not just, say, a pipeline, but it's also if the tribe wanted to put money into economic development, building a whole strip mall and putting in that infrastructure. I mean, just putting in all the infrastructure that's needed to start development. And so while tribes are trying to figure out that piece of how to develop and find funding to develop, they're watching their water go downstream, and they're watching other water users use that water, and developing a reliance on that water, when in fact, the tribes do have settled water rights. They have a quantified amount of water that they have the right to use. And yet it's all going downstream right now. And so Southern Ute has submitted comments in regards to various federal actions that are going on with the Colorado River, and has also asked the US to think about this concept and figure out a way to implement a program to compensate tribes for that unused and undeveloped water, in exchange for the tribes agreeing to forbear that future water development for a certain number of years. But those are only comment letters. These are, we have been trying to open the discussions and start the discussions. We've talked about this concept in consultations, and we've started bringing this concept up in different public forums and just different conversations and different entities. But we would like to request that the state of Colorado implement this as a pilot program here. There are only 2 tribes. It could be easily done, where I've heard responses in the lower basin to requests about different actions, that there are too many tribes, we wouldn't know, and have different kinds of water rights, and we wouldn't know how to implement any kind of program to deal with these different requests. But here, there's only 2 tribes within the state of Colorado, and I feel like this could be a good place to start a program like this and see how this works out, and whether it's a benefit. And I mean, it would be a benefit to the tribes if there was compensation for their unused water, but it's definitely something we're interested in. And so I have brought this up with the subtask force, but I'd like to hear some responses from our subtask force members to hear whether this is something that we can make a recommendation to the Colorado legislature on. I think that, we don't have a lot of details. I've been asked whether we've thought about how much the tribe should get compensated, or how many years would the forbearance go on for. I mean, those are all details I think that would need to be worked out between the tribes and the state and whoever's involved in developing this program. We haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, those are some of the questions I was going to ask. Could get a little more
Yeah.
detail, but I mean, you say a pilot, and both of you've got sort of a mix of water rights. Do you know specifically which water rights you might look at under a pilot? I know that maybe that's getting too detailed, but.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, we have federal reserved water rights. We have state water rights. I mean, I think it would have to focus on our federal reserved water rights. And I think for the tribe, we'd then have to look at each river and figure out where we have that water, and work with the state on how that water would be beneficial for the tribe not developing its water rights on those different rivers, right? Where would it be most beneficial?
I think we have a bunch of questions that I kind of was reflecting on. What Steve said is that has to be worked out throughout the process. I don't want to do anything that inhibits the tribal development if it were going to occur. And so I think that's That's something that's important. But it's no secret. We've talked about this. And we've talked about it on the broader scale with all the upper basin state tribes. And I think that Colorado has been an example in a lot of ways as it relates to leadership and thinking outside the box of the way things have historically been done, and being open to trying different things. So I'd love to hear everybody else's thoughts on this. And where the money would come from, like, I obviously think it
That's your
should,
checkbook?
I think much of it should come from a federal funding source, for sure. But that's the details.
Yeah, again, like we always say, the devil's in the details, need to understand that. And my comments are based, my opinions and not my boards, which ultimately has the final say so, but certainly in support of the tribes being able to develop their water as needed. Certainly develop, even of looking at a pilot for compensating them for their unused water. Under the one caveat of it, that any program doesn't impact other water users in Southwest. That's sort of the bottom line. So if other folks aren't being impacted, probably as a program we can support once we see details.
Peter, do you have anything to add?
I think my ideas have yet to be vetted properly, so I'd rather not lump them out right now.
Okay.
So can I ask one, and this is sort of hypothetical, okay, to your proposal? Let's say you're talking about 10,000 acre feet in Nighthorse that you want to be compensated for. Since that water's unused, it sits there. The water that would, if the water would be used, you'd be pumped, the system would pump more water into it, but now it just runs by. I don't see any change in the current operations. Is that assumption correct? But you would be compensated for the water that you're not pulling off the system. So there would be no change under current operations. Is that, I know that's high level and.
So I would agree with that, which is why I think, again, like you said, the devil's in the details, right? We'd have to figure out how it would be how to make it beneficial to the state of Colorado as well. How to figure out how this would work for them, to pay the tribes or to compensate tribes for that undeveloped water. And it's not specifically for the undeveloped water, it's to have the tribes not develop it for a certain amount of years, right? Whether it's, and I guess I was kind of basing that idea off of how, like in the lower basin, how their conservation programs are based on 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. If you do it for 1 year, you get paid a certain amount. And then if you go up to 3, you get paid a little bit more for not using that water and conserving. So I was looking at that program and thinking, that's how it could work for a pilot program, is the tribes could agree to not develop that water for a certain amount of years and get paid a little bit higher for each year or something like that. But yes, no, we would need to really do more research and figure out how the state would be able to benefit from that program and from that relationship as well.
Okay.
So I think that having better, more equitable water conservation programs in the upper basin is going to be a really important part of how we move forward, particularly in the context of the interim guidelines negotiation. So I think that if we care about having a sustainable Colorado river and sort of looking at the balance between what the river provides, this is going to be really important for us to do at a, at least that upper basin scale. And I also know that the devil is really in the details about how these agreements work in place. I've worked on one in the San Juan River in New Mexico. It's incredibly complicated. I'd say we're often, looking at using existing tools in new ways, developing new tools in places that they haven't been used before. And so I think that it would probably be a benefit to Southwestern Colorado and the state for us to test how this might work. And even if we test something and it fails, that's really good information for what the future programs need to look like. And so I am sort of thinking through like what the ask of the legislature is it now? Is it funding for the CWCB to work with tribes to develop a program? Is it seed funding for a pilot project? I think that having a little bit of specificity for like STEAM's board to consider on sort of what we're looking at, but sort of I take this as like we probably have some testing to do to understand what's really going to work in this part of Colorado. And until we start talking about these things and testing tools, this is going to remain sort of a hypothetical idea. And we might see like the development of a conserved consumptive use program without a parallel tribal program, which I think could be problematic moving forward. So I think it might be a matter of putting enough details or thinking about what we might actually ask the legislature to do now. And I guess for Becky, do we need the legislature to take action? Do we need funding? Like, what would we need from like specific action from the legislature to think about this?
I don't know if this requires legislative action, but I think we can make choices to look into this. I don't want to say that legislation is not an option because I'm not sure of that. And I know we have one more meeting. I'd like to be able to kind of do a check on this and kind of determine what we would think would be the best path forward. But does this committee feel like legislative action is necessary for this to occur?
Oh, that was more audible than I intended it to be. But I wanted to get your attention. Should I call you Chairman Hawkins?
I'm not the chair. I'm just helping with the meeting.
Celine, or anyone, can I ask a question? I'm not on the subtask force.
Yes.
Okay. Hearing this idea for the first time, and you all have talked about it, I'm trying to decide whether this helps with the question on legislation, whether this would be sort of like what I'll call passive administration or no administration required to implement it, because maybe I heard a little bit, Steve, and maybe I'm inferring a little bit, Lisa, that everything would go on as it has. The same water users that are using it now would continue to get it. So it wouldn't require Rob Genualdi to do anything different from an administration standpoint. And if that's true, then it wouldn't require legislation that would sort of allow what sort of looks like leasing of an unused portion of a water right, which would be a little more difficult, I think, for us. But if it's just allowing what's going on now to continue, but with this compensation or forbearance, that's my question. I think you get where I'm going, and probably a good thing to consider.
Same questions I had, and just to point something out, I mean, and Celine, something you said I appreciate, because Lisa, you had said benefits to the state of Colorado. And what was in my mind, and you said it was benefits to water users in Southwest Colorado and the state. So obviously I have a more local perspective on things. So let's look for the benefits within our river basins.
Yep, I agree within the river basin, but I guess I said City of Colorado thinking that the money would be coming from them and so they would need some incentive.
Totally agree. Just don't want to forget about local.
I need to find out specifically, but I think in the lower basin, there is a tribe who is being paid to not develop their water or not to use a certain amount of water, but I heard it in passing and I want to find out more about it. Maybe I can bring that information back to the next meeting. Unless
Some
you
of
know.
that information is in that policy brief that I circulated early on. So it describes sort of where other flexible tools are already being used, and it describes, there's a whole section of that paper that describes things. I think you're probably talking about the Met forbearance that Kitson had,
Yes.
which is, there's a little blurb about that. Of course, it's pretty surface level, but
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of new discussions in the lower basin about tribal water, and I don't know all the details, but I think they're starting to come out now. That we're seeing, so.
so it sounds like there's general interest. Becky and Steve said they need some time to think about this. Lisa, sounds like maybe you could do more thinking, and Letitia, how do we want to proceed on this between now and our final meeting?
From my perspective, it's certainly a good concept and worthy of further discussion, but again, those details are what's important. Important for Kevin and his staff to be involved in that, I think.
Yeah.
So I will commit to looking at the questions that were asked and see if I can kind of put together or add it to a bit of a or sussed out
And I'll
concept.
just sort of one final comment. I don't really see that we can come to agreement on anything by December 8th or whenever our final meeting is. So hopefully this is a discussion we can continue outside of this task force, but moving forward. That's a fair comment.
Sorry if everybody else understands this, but is there a forum, a specific forum where that would take place? That I know in some other ones that's been a recommendation, like this could go to I don't know. Or just informally amongst members after the closure of the task force, or
Maybe that's part of the,
okay, well, you guys can decide.
let you guys decide.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something unsaid there that I was not understanding. Okay.
So maybe we could think about how this concept could be transmitted to the legislature in some form in a report, whether we're asking for legislative action or whether we have recommendations about next steps that don't involve legislative action. Anything else?
Lisa, I heard you commit to doing some of that legwork between meetings, yeah?
And for our next meeting, I'll try to answer some of these questions that were asked. Or at least have some ideas on them.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this, or should we move on to any other potential recommendations?
Just one quick clarification. I assume this issue applies similar to you, Mountain Ute, just to make sure it's both tribes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, I'm just thinking about the other, other actions just that we have to do before we can even participate
Mhm.
in a program like this.
I don't have anything else on this.
Do you have
Idea.
other ideas?
You can jump to Ute Mountain if you'd like.
So the recommendation that I brought up in maybe 3 sub-task meetings before was, tribes being able to use their water anywhere and with what uses they want on the reservation. Because right now, as you know, it's how it is in how it is decreed is, for specific uses like municipal and once the water, reaches the reservation, you want to be able to just have no limitations to,
So. Okay, yeah, change the decreed beneficial uses on it. So.
So you're not suggesting amounts of water, just uses.
yes, this is general,
Make sure. I'm capturing.
general, all.
Okay.
All water rate.
That's not a legislative thing, I don't think, but.
That's what I was gonna ask. Do you envision that? The legislators would then need to work with the US? Since that's part of the settlement?
Well, right now, the way we kind of vision is working with the state first on this. Then. On the state. Peter, do you wanna?
Obviously, the state can't change federal legislation, so this is not a request for the tribe to be able to violate some sort of federal law. This would be legislation from the state saying that as far as the state is concerned, unless there's some other limitation on the use of tribal water, the state does not have any problem with the tribe using M&I water for ag or ag water for M&I once it hits the reservation. Obviously, there would be depletion issues for how much, because right now the depletion and the diversion amounts are based upon a very low consumptive municipal use. That would obviously have to change in the federal law. But if the state could put in some sort of support for that concept, that is maybe something that could go a little further.
So just to clarify, I mean, there obviously is a sort of a state water court process to change that.
Right.
But you're suggesting there may be a better way to do it. Is that?
I'm always suggesting there's a better way to do something.
Okay.
So yes, the answer to that question is always yes, Steve.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I understand it's highly nuanced. There's already decrees in place and that sort of thing. But to the extent that the state would have a role in determining or administering those waters, it would be basically acquiescing to the notion that it could be used any way the tribe determines, so long as that is legal for other purposes as well.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? Still thinking through what the recommendation from the task force would look like.
Unsure, unclear.
Okay.
Would it be legislation? Would you want legislation from the state saying that the waters, that you could use your water anywhere on the reservation, once it hits your reservation?
It could be a very simple piece of legislation, or it could be a very complicated piece of legislation. I don't know at this point. But that is the thought. Right now, the tribes are under a lot of restrictions once their water hits the reservations, and that is not always useful to the tribes or frankly, even beneficial to the other people around. Right now, there's enough municipal industrial water in the Animas La Plata project to basically supply the drinking water for 10 times the number of people who exist in this valley. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So somehow, if there's a state way to solve that problem, then I think this task force has been assigned the ability to maybe make a recommendation as to what that solution could look like.
But as you said, I mean, that's half the problem. The other problem is the federal side of the issue, right?
And obviously we can't do anything about that. But if there's something on the state side we could do that could help with that. I mean, 32,000 acre feet of drinking water is enough for what, 150,000 people? So, something's got to be done to fix that problem.
Mhm.
And particularly you consider it's between the pumping plant and the state line. That's a lot fewer people than 150,000.
Any further discussion on that, or should we move on to any other recommendations?
I think I do have one more, and it was in regards to the discussions we had on the Pine River Indian Irrigation Project and how, one, it's a BIA project, and two, there is the WIN Act that BIA can get funding through to use on Indian irrigation projects in the West. But because there's 16 Indian irrigation projects, what's being funded right now is just not very much. So Congress has the authority to appropriate 35 million into that pot of money. And right now they're only appropriating 10 million a year. So, and then this is Southern Utah specific because of that project. But I was hoping that we could make a request that the state of Colorado's General Assembly could somehow make a request to Congress, and this is where I maybe need some help in how this would work, but making that request from the state of Colorado to Congress to fully appropriate that full amount for the WIN Act.
Well, and I think this process question or whatever, I think there will probably be several sort of federal things. We talked about some federal things relative to tribal needs. Is the most appropriate thing to do to ask the Colorado General Assembly to pass a resolution in support of A, B, and C or whatever that looks like. Is that, and I'm kind of asking the question, is that what's appropriate?
What is the name of the project while you ponder that? Tell me the name of the project you were.
The Pine River Indian Irrigation Project.
And Lisa, did I see somewhere that they upped the funding in that for the 2024? Is that just
For the PRIP or for
the WIN Act? That instead of the 10 million, that they had upped the funding at, but
did they?
I think they upped it.
I don't know what.
I haven't seen
I
that.
think they upped
Okay.
it.
I can look.
You're thinking about.
I'm thinking about recovery
Yeah,
project.
I thought I saw something.
Never
I
mind.
could be wrong, so I don't know.
You said 10, it's like, wasn't that upped?
Yeah, I was thinking about, as the recommendation for the General Assembly to take action, is there a recommendation for the state of Colorado to take action? Supporting either WIN Act funding or PRIP funding.
Yeah, and it's a good. What's the best way for the state to influence federal actions? Is it a resolution for the General Assembly or something else? I don't know that answer.
Leticia, we had talked about some items around some federal changes for the Loris project. Are those still of interest for a task force, subtask force recommendation?
I mean, if we could put that in something like a resolution, like Steve mentioned.
Are you referring changing the gross to net? Yeah. Yep.
Is that a legislative change
One word change
in a piece of federal
in the
legislation?
authorization thing.
Yeah.
I think it's simple, but it could be really hard. As Peter said.
Or it could be really-
It's an easy answer.
He also said simple. Okay.
One, two.
More discussion here, or should we move on to other potential recommendations?
So those were two separate recommendations, right? One for the PRIP and then one for the project.
Mhm.
I know we had talked about CWCB funding and we got a lot of information earlier this afternoon about that. Any recommendations coming out of that session we had?
For the funding, no recommendations for that. But as for tribal liaison position in CWCB, I still think that is needed.
Just within CWCB.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have to be a position that's housed in there or some sort of contracted position or I'm trying to think about the flexibility of doing something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we heard from Stacy today and she mentioned the spreadsheet of all the things that are working on. So she's obviously incredibly busy. And I think that when we talk about the things like the first suggestion of like the pilot program to compensate tribes or somebody focused on tribal water type projects, I'm just wondering, is there flexibility in that? Because I think we have, if it's specifically a position in CWCB, there may be some constraints put on that. Is there
So you're saying like maybe Stacy's position under DNR is what?
I'm not necessarily saying that, or we may want to be able to pull resources or work across maybe a couple agencies or have it project specific that maybe some of the funding comes through CWCB, but I just want to make sure that we have all the flexibility that we can. And if we're talking about the creation of a position, maybe it's not necessarily even to start at first an in-house position, but maybe a contracted out position or depending on what the needs are, and some of what may potentially come out of here, of what the needs are and what we need to be working on. We have some limits of what kind of folks we can get. And when they're working specifically for the state, there may be some things that, it would be hard for them to do or push for.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to say what the state can or can't do, but is it more, instead of CWCB, have somebody that works with Stacy as part of Stacy's team that's focused on water issues?
Yeah, water issues.
Given this is a water group, I mean,
Yeah.
is that the intent ultimately?
Yes, water.
Okay. I like that. I want to figure out the way to word it to get what we, some clarity of what exactly they're working on. And maybe it is something like some of the things that were just suggested. And yeah.
There are a couple of things that I was thinking of on the funding realm that I don't know if I am proposing them as recommendations. I wanted to sort of share my thoughts after what we heard today. One is that the fact that the CWCB does not have discretion to waive match on water plan grants is something that I think we should think about. I believe, and I could be wrong about this, that that's the largest grant program now that some of the programs have been consolidated. And so it's where the stable revenue is and where, outside of sort of that non-reimbursable projects bill ask is where we see the bigger grants come. So do we want to recommend that the CWCB be given discretion to waive on tribal projects?
Why just waive on tribal? Because there's probably other entities that deserve the same treatment, I would think. So waive match or reduce match as they see fit. Is that acceptable?
I just heard that that was the one area that they would actually, there would be a statutory provision that would not allow the agency to lower match. And that is very large grant program.
Yeah. And yeah, this is obviously the tribal subtask force, so the recommendation would be focused on tribal grants needs. I guess I'd ask that we put in something about may consider this for all applicants at the discretion of the CWCB board. If something like that is acceptable.
What was the word you used? Other, how did you describe other groups?
Basically, let the board
Decide
to remove or reduce match for tribal and others that,
Got it.
And the other thing, which I don't think would require legislative action, but that the CWCB might want to work with the tribes in the same way that CDPHE did to just look at alignment between program criteria and tribes. And that might be something that we recommend sort of at some point. It sounds like maybe it'd be helpful to see a few tribal applications go through and see where they get stuck. But I thought that was interesting and something that we could note without making a legislative recommendation.
I'm not aware of the CDPHE thing, but to work with the tribes just on grant applications.
Just keep an eye on if there's any scoring criteria that are sort of pushing out tribal projects, if we get to address that over time.
Is that a recommendation to the legislature though, or?
We Not everything has to be a legislative recommendation. We could put it in a report, right? Say we note this and.
Request to CWCB.
Yeah, and I think Celine's absolutely right. I know the legislature requested legislation, but or legislation suggestions, but that wasn't the limit to the scope of what was being looked at. And I think it would carry a significant amount of weight if recommendations came from this subcommittee or this subcommittee with support of the tribal leadership that were asking for these things. And I think that the weight there would be great. And I think it could be considered a win for everyone if stuff came out of this subcommittee that we got movement on, but it didn't require legislation. I think that's also a win. And I think it's important where, especially in government, where we can make changes that obviously make sense with the stroke of a pen or with the action of a vote. I think that's good government.
Any more discussion on funding or tribal liaison or focus on water? Or are there any other potential recommendations?
There's another one that I have, and that is cultural protection as a beneficial use. That includes plants, wildlife, site protection, and etc.
Can you explain a little more about that?
Peter, do you want to
Sure.
give an explanation?
Yeah, since I'm the one that can sort of talk about this a little bit. I think right now there are certain criteria whereby we can protect in-stream flows. And I guess this request is more along the lines of adding to that criteria certain cultural resources. In particular, there are certain plants and animals that the tribes depend upon that need water. And so I guess this request is to add those kind of considerations. As I'm sitting here, I can't tell you specifically what those would be, but they're not always endangered species or another protected species. The tribes have their own list of protected species. And so maybe this request is more along the lines of to see if there's a way that tribes could have their particular values included in the values that are protected by in-stream flows. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific as to that, but tribes could probably come up with some sort of a list of plants, for instance, that they'd like to be included in that.
And Peter, would this include stream reaches, sorry, only on reservation lands or potentially anywhere that we're statewide?
The other thing too, I guess, maybe while we're thinking about this, may not just be the two Colorado tribes and their interest. It could be other tribes that have interest they'd like to see protected as well.
Require a change to the in-stream flow statute? I don't know. Okay.
That might be where the legislation would come in.
Any discussion about this? Sorry, I was writing notes.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea. I just haven't had too much, obviously haven't had time to think about it. And I would just probably thinking process wise, we have one more meeting on December 8th. Would you be able to get maybe a little bit more of a concept to us? Or language about how or what statutes would need to be changed or I guess language on what we would need to do legislatively
Yeah, I guess.
to make this recommendation?
I guess my question is this a change within the state's existing in-stream flow program? So that's where it would operate, or is it more of a standalone sort of thing? Just
I think the question is to sort of answer that, is to say, what do we need to do to make sure that this is something that's protected? Is there something that can be done? If there isn't, then okay, then we'll live with it. But if there is something we can do, how does it fit? What should it look like? Is it a change to current law? Is it a change to the in-stream flow laws? I don't know. I mean, that's a little over my head right now, but I think that's the nature of the query is this something that we can protect? Is there a way that the state can, is the state interested in doing this? And if so, how does it work?
Okay, thanks.
So it might be sort of thinking about, might be the kind of recommendations where we say, let's have the in-stream flow program sit down with the tribes and see how many of these species would be protected, how many could be ones that we get to by adding to like a state sensitive species list if we're not there. So it seems like maybe the recommendation is this issue came up. We think the CWCB and stream flow program should take a look at this with the tribes. That's one potential route for it.
That's a good way of putting it, I think. As long as the other members think so.
Well, I will just share that I was grateful to be in the room with Robin Wall Kimmerer earlier this year. And this was one of the things that she told us is to not just pay attention to the endangered species, like to think about species that tribes are using every day. So I have been thinking about it.
So it sort of fits in line then with that.
More discussion on this or other recommendations? Okay. We're at 4 o'clock and we have not had a break in a while. Do we want to take a 10-minute break and then reconvene to talk about next steps? And if you think of any more potential recommendations while we're on break, we can check in about that. Reconvene at 4:10.
Oh, yeah. And you don't need a ride?
I think it's gonna.
I'm going to the airport,
Yeah.
so.
How am I doing it?
So. And I say we move out of here efficiently.
There was something that.
Yeah.
What?
Move efficiently.
Yeah, we gotta.
We're gonna.
A little bit to go. That's like.
It's possible.
You guys, you need to like.
Yep.
It's 20-minute drive.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it takes like 5 minutes to walk into the airport, go through security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A car?
Yeah, but the car return's like right there, to go, so it's really not, but there's any number of things. Oh, we can hit else. Stop it.
Then we'll take you guys to drinks.
Yeah.
Can't make it
Yes.
too easy if they're guys. Is there a prize?
We don't use it nowhere else.
No, they just get a nice virtual pat on the back.
That's all that anybody needs.
Great, but someday, if you do the time, that's exactly, that would be the whole purpose. Yeah.
Joint pool is just.
All right, we're back from break and I'm glad we had a little extra time for discussion today. I'm sorry. I just want to check in and make sure that no one had anything from break that they wanted to mention on the potential recommendations. And if not, I think we should start talking about sort of next steps, what we want to accomplish, given that we have one more meeting scheduled and any agenda items for the next meeting. So.
Yeah, but that will be our agenda, right? Going over.
I mean, we have a few to-dos from this one, right?
Yeah, I think we all have a lot. to think about. Maybe we could start with, we have one more meeting scheduled. I believe it's just a couple of hours.
1 to 3.
Where do we want to be at the end of that meeting?
Well. And I'm looking to the Langdon group to tell us. When do we have to have stuff due that will be into the final report that's due December 15th?
Well,
Is that a fair question?
it is a fair question, and I mean, if the main task force is voting. They're meeting in December, I mean, we will have language pretty well developed in the report, so I would say, as long as there's some drafts. And some sense of what, what you might be producing ahead of time, we can make changes. Until it gets submitted. But I think it would be really good to have at least a framework of what you plan to provide so that we can. Make the space into, and so that we can put it in, but I would say. Yeah, right there at the beginning of December. When is your December schedule?
December 8th is our.
December 8th. Yeah, I would say it's not too long after that. What day of the week is that?
That's Friday.
Friday.
Friday? Oh.
It's next Friday.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Yeah, as soon as possible after that meeting, whatever is reasonable. I mean, the first couple, the following week.
Oh, yeah, that's a light week. Yeah, following week.
Yeah, then number, yeah, with that needing to be submitted, I would say we can't go too much past the 11th or 12th. with like final, as long as there's been some draft stuff developed at that 8th meeting.
Do we think we have enough time with a 2-hour meeting on December 8th to finalize recommendations? Or either finalize some written language or decide, they're not gonna decide what to do with these recommendations we've brought up to today? Or do we need a second meeting? And do we even have time to schedule a second meeting before then?
I mean, most of the work is between now and that December 8th meeting, or the day before when we have language down, right? So yeah.
I mean, just looking back at the notes from, it seems like, yeah, any further fact finding would have to happen between meetings, get reported on at your next meeting, and then do some wordsmithing of what you've created today.
Can we add a little time to the December 8th meeting? Yeah. Just to make sure that, and then obviously if we end early, we end early, but.
Yeah, we can start earlier. My morning is totally free that day. Yes.
I have an hour before and an hour after.
I can do both of that.
So 4 would be preferred.
To start at noon.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
Do we want to do something like the main task force and develop a shared and public facing document that gets back and forth edits? Like, what's the best way?
It exists for you.
Oh, it already exists.
It's on.
Okay.
It's there for your use.
Blank right now.
Okay.
But
Do we want to use that between now and the 8th as we are fact finding, so that as we are digging in and putting together some concepts, we can
Yeah.
do some back and forth in that document?
easiest thing for everybody to be able to look at and work on it.
Absolutely.
There will be I mean, my notes obviously aren't, you'll have your own thoughts on your own recommendations, but if you can, mine's in like a little table, so you could easily copy and paste that at least as a starting place to build from.
Okay.
To your doc.
So in terms of what we discussed for recommendations today, the first one was the potential pilot program. And since that was my proposal, I will need to go through and look at the questions that were asked and see if I can provide some more detail and more of a framework based on those questions. So I just want to make sure that I'm not gonna miss anything here.
Yeah, should we go through? Yeah. So we had, just making sure I got them all.
I'm giving them some arbitrary titles. Feel free to change them. Just to give it some structure.
And there was the proposal from Ute Mountain on tribes being able to use their water anywhere on the reservation for any uses.
And I had,
Just, does that something that applies to Southern Ute as well, or is that just the Ute Mountain proposal?
I believe that is just a Ute Mountain proposal. At this point, I need to kind of sit with it and think about it.
and then we had PRIP or WIN Act funding.
Mhm.
We had the potential gross to net change in the authorizing legislation for Dolores. We had CWCB funding, either giving something around the ability to waive a reduced match,
Mhm.
and a recommendation would be legislative, but to make sure that the CWCB is working with the tribes on alignment with grant scoring criteria. We had a tribal liaison in DNR with a focus on water. Is that where we landed?
Yeah, and Becky, who do you think I could work with on that? Who could I call on?
Anna Moss might be a good one on that. Let me talk to Lauren and ask on that. Lauren or Anna, probably.
Then we had the cultural protection in stream flow.
Rob.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not trying to schedule a new meeting. We are starting our planned meeting on the 8th, an hour earlier. We are going to use Google document, you will pre-fill for us coming out of this meeting. And then coming out of the 8th, you can translate that into the final report.
Are we still okay doing our December 8th meeting virtually?
I'm here, so it's easy for me.
Yeah, I know, and I don't mind going to Ignacio or Toyac or whatever, if that is gonna function better, but
I had a water resource meeting after,
right after.
yeah.
And I have a meeting right before that will end
Okay,
at noon, so.
that answers the question, that's fine.
That's JBC hearing that, who knows when it'll end.
Steve, I might come take the call with you.
That we can sit here, that's fine.
We have a little bit more time today. I think the agenda item for the next meeting is to see where we can get our recommendation.
To go over the document, the
Yep.
Google doc.
Finalize the recommendations.
And you'll send out that Google,
It's on the website.
okay.
Okay.
It's there.
It's there.
It's in and we can resend it, but it was in the email
Okay.
that Kelsey sent before.
Oh, never mind.
It's listed amongst the links.
The links.
It might not have felt top of mind at the time.
Proposals, who's gonna work on what?
Should be assigned.
Yep.
And yeah, so I heard you say pilot program.
Pilot program, the PRIP winner.
And I assume,
Hold on, before we leave, but Becky also said during that discussion that you wanted an opportunity to think about how that, wait, no, sorry, that's tied to a different one.
Okay.
So that's.
and Letitia, I'm assuming you would take the use on reservation, Dolores. What about the tribal liaison? Is that Becky or Letitia?
I can work
Yeah.
it with whoever I call. Right.
Yeah, I think, I think figuring out exactly what we're looking for in the goals of the tribal liaison is important, and then determine what's needed based on that. But yeah, Lauren would be the one on that.
Okay.
What about the match waiver?
I think Lauren or Anna on that also.
Is Letitia doing that or?
I can ask on the match waiver.
Okay. And then the cultural protection and stream flow.
I'm work on that one.
Okay.
That was the Letitia, you said, take that one.
Yeah.
And the rest of us can weigh in, ask questions, offer language in the info doc.
Is it? This is a public meetings question, probably. I was gonna say, it'd be useful if somebody adds a big chunk into the document to send an email that says, I've added something.
You can send it to us and we can. send it.
Okay. Does that make sense? Just because then you know when to check instead of having to go back and check the document all the time.
Yeah, so if you do some hefty work in there, we're happy to ping you all to go take a look. Is there anything more specific you want to do for the next meeting? Just, I mean, I guess, because is there anything on the recommendations of the main task force, or do you feel like you've closed that discussion? I just want to make sure I'm capturing.
Well, I would put on the agenda at that time, we'll be able to review the final document from the main task force. If there's anything we would need to say to that.
I think just address what we want to see in a final report from the subtask force, right?
One other thing on the tribal liaison position that I want to bring up is I think that it's important that, especially because Stacy's with DNR, that we actually include her on any conversations regarding that. So maybe we it might be multiple conversations, but she would be a good one to help lead on that.
So we have Letitia assigned to that with Stacy's.
Yeah.
Support. Okay.
And yes, since I might be the only person who's not going to crew it, if we need things done on the 11th or 12th.
Yeah.
Lady.
Oh, you're not going that
I'm
day.
taking a break this year.
It won't be the same.
I'm taking a break this year too.
Right, well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you get home safely. Becky, I hope you get home safely. And
We won't ask for any public comment.
yeah, can we open it one final time for public comment since before we finish?
Anyone in the room like to make a comment? Okay, no one in the room is volunteering. Anyone online, use your little virtual hand raise to indicate if you'd like to make a public comment to the subtask force. And we'll all rely on you to look for those.
See anybody?
Okay. Then we will close public comment for the third time today. All right, ample opportunity. I like it.
Thank you all and we'll
Thanks all.
see you on the 8th.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, who's gonna send out the link for the 8th meeting? Well, you guys,
Yes.
it's a virtual meeting only.
Oh, so we'll be new to the webinar one using our account. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
December 8th, 12 to 3.
Yep.